Day 1. People are going to wonder as they read this journal, why was this written? Was it to tell a cautionary tale so you don't wind up in a similar situation as myself? Or is it to chronicle the events that had happened to me from beginning to end? Technically, the reason that I am writing these journals is to preserve my own sanity. It hasn't been even 24 hours of this ordeal, and my mind is starting to turn in on itself. Before we start on tangents, let us illustrate how we had gotten to this point in my life. Ever since I was little, there was a side of me that loved to explore. From wandering from backyard to backyard, and running off with my father's tools, to wondering what was over that next hill at a ranch deep in New Jersey. Nowadays, most of that is lost, as you can simply pull up an address in Google and get a satellite view of the property and what lies beyond its borders. My thirst for adventure had me move out to the West Coast on a whim and move back home not once, but twice in failure. However, I wouldn't trade the experiences I had in NorCal as well as in SoCal. After years of working at various odd jobs for various companies, my sights were set on an up-and-coming startup. This company had a great idea, and my focus was to make this the greatest company on earth. Since day one, my routine would start with me showing up early, working hard through the entire day, and then going home on time to recharge for the next day. This would occur for years, and my hard work never went unnoticed, as promotions, raises, and other offers of praises were offered and received. Recently, a critical project came across my desk, and while in charge of a small 6-man team, part of me wanted to get this done. Working 10-hour days for weeks managed to get the project not only ahead of schedule, but also under budget. The powers that be were extremely appreciative of my work ethic, that they surprised myself and my team to dinner at a 5-star steakhouse. The very next day, I was called in for a meeting and was told in no uncertain terms that the next 3 weeks were to be spent on vacation. Trying to protest the issue was met with pushback, as the CEO basically told me to take a break, as my team was more than capable of handling issues while I was gone. With the amount of time allotted to me, and a decent amount saved to go anywhere I wanted, part of me wanted to stay local. Living in the great state of Utah gave me plenty of ideas to go exploring, such as state parks and the lakes that littered the state. However, one of my hobbies was spelunking after a friend of mine took me to a cave system in California. Going deep where few have ever explored is a rush, and there have been times where my fears of being trapped forever had almost come true. As they sent me home to start my vacation early, the rest of the day was spent between packing for my exploration and searching the actively mapped cave system in my area. There was one that was hardly mapped, so that, of course, was my first choice. At daybreak, my outback was loaded with supplies for a destination that was a few hours from my home. The path went from asphalt to gravel and finally to a dirt road that ended up in an impassable valley. Retrieving my backpack, I set off for a short walk that ended with me standing in front of a small cave that was set into the side of a small, nondescript hill. The entrance was rimmed with stalactites and stalagmites, resembling a yawning maw of some ancient creature. Shrugging off my backpack and pulling out the current map of the cave, it showed around 500 feet of the cave system before abruptly stopping. Looking into the cave, it seems that no light was able to pierce through the veil of darkness. Strapping on my Nightcore HC60 headlamp, I flooded the cave with light as something skittered away deeper into the cave. The path ran forward at a slight downward angle, as all I could hear was something dripping deeper inside. A few hundred feet further, a path branched off to the left, and I paused to consult the map, and it showed it had not been explored. Pushing forward only allowed me to go about 300 feet before coming up against a barrier that was erected and looked like something out of an old movie. There were 4 wooden panels stretched over that part of the cave, impeding my access further down the tunnel. Seeing that barrier brought me back to one of my first times spelunking, with a trainer named Chris. He would always remark about these barriers, and advise me to carry a crowbar so I could explore what was beyond the barrier. Sometimes they were erected to keep people out for various reasons, such as cave-ins or dangerous conditions ahead. The boards came free with a bit of effort, the crunching sound echoing off the walls of the cavern as the path became unobstructed. Darkness greeted me, as the passage seemed to stretch on forever into the earth. Forging ahead through a myriad of twists and turns, the size of the cavern always stayed consistent, and part of me wondered where this would be going. Minutes later, I had gotten my answer, arriving at a steel door set into a concrete frame. This bulkhead would not be out of place on a submarine. However, finding it deep in a cave raised more questions than answers. Instead of some fancy keypad or biometrics, it had a wheel lock that would open with a simple twist. Placing my hands on the cold metal and jerking it first left, then right, the lock would not disengage. The back of my mind was screaming at me to stop. However, curiosity and pride gave me the strength to turn the lock. Protesting with a cacophony of squeals, the lock finally gave out, and it was being forced open for the first time in God knows how many years. Pushing the heavy door open, my lamp revealed a smaller room with another door set into the opposite wall. "What is this place?" was my first thought. Some sort of bunker. Thankfully, the inner door required less strength to open as it revealed a larger room, as my beam illuminated a few feet past the entrance. Pushing forward into the room, fluorescent lights clicked on as if to announce my arrival. Reaching up to turn off my headlamp, part of me marveled as to when and why this place was built. This room reminded me of something out of a horror movie akin to Day of the Dead, where it was a general meeting space where briefings would be conducted. A hall led deeper into the complex, as there were doors spread out at even intervals. It was only 5 steps, only 5, until the massive door closed on its own and locked its bolts in place, sealing me off inside. No amount of twisting or turning would get the lock to disengage, no matter how many hours were spent. My mind reeled as the room spun, and darkness rose up to greet me. Day 2. First things first, I'm fine from my little spill yesterday, waking up hours later on the cold tile floor. The only injuries suffered, other than my pride, was a nasty knot on my head and a sore left shoulder. These journals are being written on some ancient terminals that are scattered throughout the complex. At first, I hoped that these NEXT computers were hooked up to the internet and could get out a distress call that way. However, that would not be the case, as it was on a closed local network tied to a mainframe with no ties to the outside world. Wandering around the complex, it was unclear what it was designed for, as there were 4 levels and multiple rooms that served a specific purpose. Living quarters ranged from multiple bunks in a room to lavish accommodations complete with flat-screen TV, plush carpet, and advanced technology from the late 90s. Power coursed throughout the complex, which led me to believe it was either geothermal or nuclear, as these quarters were designed to support hundreds of people. A grand cafeteria was on the 2nd level, with enough seating and food for everyone. The food was broken up into 3 categories: MREs, powdered, and food bars, as well as bottled water and other drinks. The remainder of the 2nd level was broken up into other areas ranging from gyms, along with a game room, complete with a Street Fighter II The World Warriors arcade game. Other facilities include a locker room with showers that resembled something out of a 6th grade nightmare. There was also a movie theater, along with a media archive that was bigger than my local public library. The media archive had books and movies ranging from classic movies to books on how to do anything from farming to treating radiation sickness. That is when it clicked, as this might be a government bunker set up during the Y2K crisis. Some people feared that this Y2K virus would infect our NORAD systems, launching hundreds of missiles into the air. If this was a government bunker, there had to be an armory, a tool shop, or some type of comms. And that's when I realized there had to be some type of communications bunker to coordinate with other bunkers, the White House, or NORAD. Pushing deeper to the 3rd level, there was an armory. However, there was a keypad with a 5-digit readout, so my chances of finding the combination are slim to none. Another room revealed a tool shop, with all matters of tools and equipment to keep this place working at top efficiency. Finally, I found the communications room, which had an old teletype machine, some type of phone that had no dial tone when I picked it up, and a ham radio. Thankfully, there was also an operator's manual on the ham radio, so after an hour reading it, I was sending out messages. "Hello? Is anyone there? My name's... and I'm stuck in some sort of weird bunker in Utah. Please, come get me." Hours were spent with nothing to show for it. After a good 6 hours of scanning frequencies, sending messages, and listening to nothing but static, I went and retired to eat in the cafeteria, before passing out in one of the more luxurious rooms. Day 5. Routine is one of the things that will keep me sane throughout this entire experience. My routine starts with me getting up at 6 a.m. and getting ready for the day, while sending messages for around 2 hours. These next 2 hours before lunch are spent either reading up on things or exercising to get my appetite up. After a delicious MRE of pork chow mein, I go back to the comms room, leave more messages, and listen to more static. The rest of the day is spent broken up between reading, playing games, or watching movies, while interspersed with going back to the comms. Sometimes I explore the complex. Level 4 only houses a bunch of generators and water tanks that will keep this place going for years. Also, part of me wanted to find the key code for the armory, just in case things get desperate for me. The glass is thick, and there's no way I could even make a dent with the tools from the shop. What irks me the most about this whole situation is that all of this is my fault. No one knows where my latest expedition had led me to, and seeing as they gave me a 3-week vacation, it might be a month or longer before a search is conducted. This place may be a bunker. However, for me, it will be a crypt, as future generations will find my skeleton and wonder what happens to me. Even the routine was starting to grind on me, as part of me was wondering what the hell was going on. The scenario was something out of a horror movie. My exploration had mapped out the entire complex, including an infirmary, a movie theater, and even a small nursery. Part of me wondered if this bunker was supposed to repopulate the Earth, just in case the world went tits up. Day 8. Okay, let me calm down for a second, so I can relay the events that happened a few minutes ago. Someone actually answered one of my broadcasts. As the broadcast started, there was a machine that was connected to the ham radio that started up with an audible whir. This machine was designed to transcribe conversation. My end being designated as Outpost Delta, or OD, and the other end designated as Unknown Sender, or US. Hello? I thought I heard something on this frequency. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. Thank God. I started to get worried. Where are you broadcasting from?
To be honest, I can't really say. It looks like some sort of doomsday bunker right smack dab in the middle of Utah. What about you? Where are you located?
On the outskirts of Ogden, in an abandoned police station. This place is ransacked. There are a few of us holed up here in the basement where we found this old ham radio. We've been on the run for days looking for a place to hole up and ride out this mess.
Mess? What do you mean? What's going on?
Didn't you hear? North Korea launched some type of missile that looked like it was going to impact Washington, D.C. Our boys shot it down, but there was a payload, as something started spilling out of it. Days later, around half the population started to act erratic, and they started to get more violent, attacking people at random. These things developed and became some type of flesh-eating ghouls.
Dude, stop screwing with me.
I'm serious. Why the hell would I lie about something like this?
Yeah, good point. You don't know me or where I am, so you have no reason to lie.
They also only come out at night, so for right now, we're safe. But I can't broadcast for long. They might hear us down here.
All right. I'll check in every day at around this time.
Sounds good. Take care.
You do the same. Be careful out there. After the call and a decent lunch, my curiosity got the better of me. Wandering down to the command center, the control panel with the blinking red light drew me in like a moth to a flame. There was no button accompanying the light, only 3 cryptic letters underneath it. BRC. There were more than a few manuals to reference in the bookshelves inside the command center. However, without even knowing where to start, I would be searching for days. My next stop would be the gym, to let out my frustrations, followed by some more reading, a good dinner, and watching a movie, before passing out for the day. Day 12. Today was a break in the daily routine, as things seems to be getting worse out there. For starters, let me share the latest transcript with the survivors. Usually I would initiate contact. However, this time, they reached out to me.
Hey, are you there?
Yeah. What's going on, buddy?
We're overrun here. Somehow, they're adapting to the light, and they're hunting in daylight.
Can you get out? Can you make it to where I am?
Not likely. We lost Martinez, O'Hara, and Vasquez. Come on, guys, push them back.
Dear God, what can I do to help?
Can you make it to us? If you can get us some of that hardware, that would...
I spent hours on the radio, desperately trying to reach them again, to find out what happened. Nothing worked. My frustrations boiled over as it was spent ransacking the command center, looking for that code. My attempts at taking some of the tools and storming down to the armory to cut through the door to trying to pry it open were useless, which only resulted in me throwing a pry bar to the floor. As the clang echoed throughout the halls, my ears picked up on another sound. The sound of muffled grunts and squealing metal. Sprinting to the corridors until reaching the intake room, in a time that would put a track star to shame, my ears listened for the sounds. The air was still, and the only thing that was present was the hum of the fluorescent lights. Wanting to find the source of this sound, I hesitantly placed my ear up to the massive steel door. At first, there was nothing. However, a few seconds later, the silence was replaced, followed by more muffled grunts. Had these creatures found me? God, what if they had? Right now, I had nothing to defend myself with, other than tools from the tool shop. The rest of the day was spent in a panic, as I searched room after room, looking for the codes to the armory. Any time there was a lull in my actions, the sounds were heard, no matter where I was in the complex. What if these things could smell me here? When was the last time that these things fed on anything? Could they work themselves into a frenzy to rip the door off its hinges, and I end up perishing in a swarm of bites like so many of the zombie movies I had seen? My daily routine grounds to a halt, as every time I tried to focus on a task, my ears would pick up those faint sounds. Before going to bed, I rummaged around one of the first aid stations for earplugs, and even those did not help much. Was my mind playing tricks on me? Maybe tomorrow will be better. Day 15. I'm starting to lose my mind. Okay, focus on the tasks at hand. There are people that are counting on me. Okay, let's start with a transcript from the survivors. Outpost Delta to Jim Davis. Are you there? Static. Outpost Delta, can you read me?
They're all dead.
Who's dead, Jim?
We got ambushed by more of those things. They took my boy.
I'm so sorry.
Sorry. These things killed my boy. You're safe and secure in some type of shelter, and you get to be sorry? No. I'm gonna go out there and give these things hell. You won't hear from me anymore.
No, Jim, please. You can come here. There's plenty of food and supplies for us to live out long lives.
Not my style. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to kill these monsters that took my son from me.
The sounds are getting worse, and it feels like they're coming from everywhere and nowhere all at once. The earplugs aren't making a dent anymore. The routine has broken down to watching CCTVs in the complex and eating when I remember to. Wait. Okay, I picked up something out of place on one of the monitors. Some type of shadow that's moving through one of the dimly lit halls. The motion-activated light looked like it was turned off. However, there was a shadow seeming to lurk just outside of the frame. Had these things gotten in? Walking a lap through the complex and opening all the doors turned up nothing. However, what if these things are good at hiding? What if they're waiting for me to rest before they strike? What if they're in here with me? I'm going to die down here. Please, God, help me. Day 19. Oh, God. They found me.
After action report, number 281, BRC 427-2021. We had gotten a report that Outpost Delta had been breached, and someone had been locked inside. The person in question had been spelunking in a cave system near Oregon, and had found the shelter. This shelter had been set up sometime in the late 1990s, and had been forgotten about until now. Please refer to Section 12-140 for a list of current or abandoned shelters. The first few days of reviewing the CCTV footage noticed the subject in good health and spirits. However, on the 8th day, this individual had found the communications room and had reached out to talk to someone. 3 teenagers living in Ogden had picked up the signals via their own ham radio and decided to play a practical joke on the individual. They concocted a story about how North Korea had sent over a missile that was intercepted by our fighters and released some sort of biological warfare into the populace. This chemical changed regular folks into, and I quote, flesh-eating ghouls. Continued to reach out to the individuals in question, one of whom has now identified himself as Jim Davis. Mr. Davis told him tales about a world that had been devastated by these creatures, and how the group was doing their best to survive. The three individuals had been approached by DHS and had been read the riot act, being warned not to do something like this again. They haven't been charged officially with any crime. However, we have given them over to the local authorities, as well as their parents, who will promptly handle the matter. Mr. mental state seemed to deteriorate as they heard the last broadcast on day 15. During this time, the logs were pulled from the mainframe, and he began to hear things, such as mumbling and scraping of metal. This was the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, accompanied by a unit of National Guardsmen, on how to best breach this door and to perform a rescue. This same individual also reported seeing things on the CCTV feed. However, after reviewing the footage for any anomalies, none were found. On day 19, we managed to breach into the complex by cutting through the wheel lock assemblies on both doors. The National Guard moved through the complex, level by level, wondering where had gone to. On the third level, they encountered this individual, who was crazed and deranged. Clutching a pry bar and swinging it like a sword, he shouted gibberish at the top of his lungs. One of the guardsmen carrying a taser struck the target in the side of the neck, dropping him instantly. The individual was restrained, put on a gurney, and airlifted to the Huntsman Mental Health Institute. Currently, is being held for observation. However, the prognosis looks unfavorable. This person still believes that he is in the bunker, and that everyone that encounters him is one of these ghouls. Other than dehydration, the individual is in good physical health. The cave leading towards the bunker was safely collapsed by the Army Corps of Engineers, and has been listed as decommissioned.
You know that feeling you get when you see an abandoned building? It's that weird, internal, uncanny valley moment, because it's just wrong. It's that feeling that only intensifies when it's somewhere that looks like it was abandoned too soon or too abruptly. In the rural areas I grew up in, there are an exorbitant amount of these buildings. From what little I retained of middle school history, the town was hit hard during the Depression. With so few residents to begin with, the men leaving was near catastrophic. In a small town, these kinds of hardships can have the townsfolk take flight without much thought. This meant that a lot of businesses shut down right in the middle of operations, including the former main source of jobs around here, the old toy factory. The combination of creepy old dolls and unforeseen abandonment naturally bred tall tales. For years, the handful of teens in our town had dared each other to do what teens do. Dumb things. In the most cliché way possible, they'd dare each other to break in, spend the night, etc. With decades worth of ghost stories surrounding the building, it was some sort of rite of passage. None of them could ever be verified, but there were plenty of gruesome tales to be told about that facility. They often come with sparse or varying details, as oral tradition can encourage over time. One story that scared the hell out of me as a kid was about a woman who we'll just name Clara. The version my dad always told me went as follows. At the start of the draft, Clara found herself with a war-torn family, and subsequently without income. As many women of the time were forced to do, Clara sought out a job. As one could guess, her best option at the time was some menial work at the factory. Working in production wasn't the most riveting of jobs, but it's easy and, bottom line, It was money. As if things didn't seem bleak enough, Clara had become pregnant. As exciting as this news would have been normally, it incited more dread than anything. She had found out shortly after her husband left, so was forced to push through on her own. About 7 months into the pregnancy, Clara's supervisor discreetly informed her that she would need to take leave approaching her delivery. Already at a loss for how she would care for the child and maintain her job after her delivery, the news that she would be losing 3 months of income devastated her. The notice arrived soon after, only piling onto her grief. Her husband would be making it home, but only in a pine box. Clara grew increasingly reclusive over the next couple months, not even showing her face at her husband's funeral. It wasn't until one Monday morning that Clara finally made her reappearance. With her hair in curls and her finest Sunday dress on, she boldly greeted all the factory workers with her new baby. At once, all the women let out gasps of varying degrees before being stunned into silence. After a full 60 seconds of unsettling quiet, a scream erupted from an older woman before she fell to her knees, sobbing. Some versions of the story even say the shock caused a heart attack that subsequently killed her. There Clara was, her lips a vibrant red and her eyes black as night. She was leaning her back against one of the machines, sitting with her legs neatly crossed, held against her bosom, mimicking the Madonna and Child. Her daughter lay limp. The umbilical cord still connected the mother and child like a string of fate. The baby's chest cavity had been crudely torn open and emptied of all organs. Most of the internals were strewn about with reckless abandon, except for the heart. The heart was clutched in the mother's hand with a portion missing, chewed off and coating Clara's lips, brighter than any lipstick could. Clara had gouged her eyes and cut her tongue out. Her stomach had been sliced open, the last clumsy work of a blind woman. She had been unable to look at her own abhorrent actions or taste her unborn daughter's heart. But it didn't stop her. We'll never know why Clara did what she did, but for whatever psychosis she experienced, it compelled her to commit such an atrocity. Some people say she refused to bring her daughter into such a cruel world. Eating her heart to forever bonds them even in death. Others say it was simply an act of evil and resentment towards the consequence of her pregnancy. Whatever the case, it is said that Clara still haunts the factory today. She weeps blood from her eyeless sockets and sobs from the gaping maw that had once been her mouth. In her left hand, she clutches the infant's beating heart, and in her right, she holds the umbilical cord. Her fetus hangs at the end of the umbilical cord, its dead eyes somehow always trained on those unlucky enough to witness the apparition. As an 8-year-old, I was absolutely terrified by the imagery. I have no shame in admitting that I was a scaredy cat as a kid, too spooked to even read scary stories to tell in the dark or watch Goosebumps until I was in middle school. I attribute this to an incredibly overactive imagination that I was unable to control. In my adulthood, I have embraced all things spooky into my career, but I'll touch more on that later. My dad was often woken up in the night by my irrational insistence that someone or something was going to kill me. He'd trudge down the hall, walk the perimeter of my room, and check every crevice. Unsurprisingly, there was never a trace of any murderer, a ghost, or demon. That wouldn't mean anything, however, when I was convinced once again a week later. Somehow, this never deterred him from painting images of horror as my bedtime stories, even if they were presented as cautionary tales. I was obviously too scared to ever even go near the facility for much of my childhood. As terrifying as the tale of Clara may be on its own, it wasn't the only deterrent. Not even close. I'll give you one more of my town's urban legends surrounding that old factory. Not long after the factory had closed, the tradition of teenagers breaking and entering began. For the most part, it was all fun and games. All through the 1950s, teens routinely sought out the factory to prove their status as a cool cat. Such were the intentions of two teenage boys called Danny and Michael. The two were the kind of best friends who did everything together, and this rite of passage was no exception. On the last weekend of summer before high school, the two decided they would enter this new chapter of their lives with an already impressive reputation. The minuscule size of the town allowed their claims of bravado to travel fast. By late afternoon, every teenager and the rare trusted adult knew Danny and Michael's intentions. The boys had managed to avert any parental suspicion with an easy lie about an end-of-summer sleepover, as had been customary throughout their lives. As the sun set, Danny and Michael left their houses with overnight bags in their hands. A quick bike ride, and they arrived at the entrance of the factory. What happened after that is unknown. The two of them brought the exact events of that night with them to the grave. There are a few things we do know about that night for certain. The boys spent at least enough time inside to smoke a pack of cigarettes, set up a little camp, and change their clothes. In fact, it looked like the two of them had been prepared to sleep, but never quite got that far. They were found 2 days later, but it wasn't in the factory at all. After failing to come home by the afternoon and some digging around amongst the local teens, their parents became increasingly worried. Naturally, after some coerced teen confessions, they checked the factory first and found only remnants of the boys' presence. The police were involved almost immediately. 2 missing teenagers raised red flags immediately, especially with murmurings of the infamous factory's involvement. So they searched. They poked in, around, and anywhere near the old building. No further sign of the two came up for 2 whole days. And then, they appeared. Danny and Michael emerged from the woods around 6 p.m., right as the sun was setting. There were a few townsfolk who saw them and rushed to their sides. The state of the boys was beyond anything they'd ever seen, and bear in mind that a good few of the men were veterans. Danny's left arm was completely devoid of skin from the elbow down, just raw muscle and tendons exposed. On his other arm, the boy had open gouges along the entire length, deep enough to see the bone. His face was massacred beyond recognition. One eyeball was entirely missing, as were his lips and tongue. His nose had been sliced clean down the middle, the 2 halves hanging on by strings of cartilage. His legs were covered in deep scratches of near animalistic proportions, and upon further inspection, it was discovered that his left foot was entirely gone. Filling his shoe was simply a bony nub with what appeared to be more animalistic teeth marks. Michael hadn't fared any better than his companion. While his skin may have been mostly present, his features were not. His right arm was entirely gone up to the shoulder, as was his right ear and left hand. His left leg was gone up to the thigh, leaving the distinct question of how the hell he had made such a long trek hobbling on only 1 foot. The strangest part, there was no blood. Not a drop. The wounds appeared healed, as if they had been there for years. Scar tissue had even formed in some spots. Doctors later on would baffle over how the boys had even survived 2 days with such wounds, much less healed them. When the group who had discovered them finally spoke, they asked the most natural question. "Who did this to you?" The boys, turning to face each other for a moment, smiled. The smiles were barely distinguishable due to their injuries, but they were present enough to note nonetheless.
"He did,"
Michael spoke, first through garbled speech.
"Just like I did to him. It's okay."
And that was it. The 2 boys let out final wheezing laughs in unison and collapsed, dead at the edge of the forest. While it haunted me a lot less than the ghost story, this one always stuck with me too. According to some, there was a patch of dirt there that refused to sustain life to this day. I've seen the patch, and it is barren still. I'm certainly not saying it's due to the curse of Danny and Michael, but it did creep me out when I was younger. There are plenty more stories, but those were the 2 that stuck with me most vividly. Kids over the years continuously made up more and more stories until it was hard to tell where some of them even started. Hell, there was even jump rope songs written about the tragedies. Imagine a handful of kids gathered together, declaring to a cheerful tune, "Don't go down to the factory of old. Don't risk your life. We've all been told. Don't go down to the factory at night. You might lose your tongue and sight." It's a bit unnerving in retrospect. When I was 16, I made the decision to rebel in the little way that had become local commonplace. It was prom night. I was trying my hardest to impress the girl I liked, and there was a decent amount of fruit-flavored vodka in my system. So, when one of the guys in our group suggested we attempt a good old haunted break-in, I agreed. I pushed back all of the fear and trepidation that had been ever present in my adolescence and replaced it with the kind of bravery only peer pressure can produce. As we made our way through the overgrown fields surrounding the lot, I mentally thanked my past decision of a shorter dress, as opposed to anything with tulle. Our 2 other female companions had both chosen longer dresses and were struggling a hell of a lot more than I was. Nonetheless, we pressed on. Years ago, the town had stopped its attempts of keeping the windows boarded up. The building had been dilapidated beyond repair, and the persistence of teens was never-ending. Thus, it didn't take us very long to find a way in. A couple of kicks at a particularly weak spot, and boom, we're free to enter as we dared. I won't drag this part of the story on for too long. As with any urban legends, the actual experience rarely leads up to the hype. We all made a few lame attempts to make the experience spookier than it really was, sneaking up behind each other or kicking a dusty machine transformed into a jump scare. Later on, the guys would swear that they saw the speedy flitting of a ghost or 2 while inside. Everyone wanted to believe them, so it became a universal truth among us. That night, I returned home and was greeted by a smirk from my dad. One look at my tousled hair and mud-covered shoes told him all he needed to know.
"Any apparitions or disgruntled workers?"
he asked with a shake of his head. "Yup, full apparitions, actually," I responded with a snort and a shake of my head right back. "At least, according to the boys. Personally, I don't think any of those spooky stories you told me will ever scare me again. It did kind of look cool in there, though."
"Ah, come on, kiddo,"
he replied.
"You loved those stories as a kid. Don't act like I didn't catch you watching horror movies when you're supposed to be asleep."
I couldn't help but laugh. Okay, but the reoccurring nightmares came way before my appreciation. The scariest part of that experience was the trip to get there after a night of dancing. I'm so sore. But hey, my dad called out after me when I was halfway up the stairs. Don't go sniffing around abandoned places, okay? They can be dangerous. All kinds of rust and mold and glass and stuff you probably don't want to see anyway. Scariest thing isn't going to be the ghosts. Okay. I groaned in the way that only teenagers can seem to muster up. My urban exploration days are long behind me. Good night. That, of course, proved to be a big old lie. Not intentionally, per se, but I did continue my urban exploration into adulthood. See, while we may not have seen what we sought after that night, I did notice something enticing to me. Walking into that creepy, abandoned factory was a rush. Ghost-free, but a rush nonetheless. There was an exhilaration to finally experiencing the truth for myself. It helped spark a passion in me that later evolved into a decently successful journalism career. I was 25 when I returned back to my town, camera and laptop in hand. I still visited a couple times a year for holidays, but I had moved from the small area at 18 to pursue university with no intention of moving back. I hadn't even stayed for more than a week at a time in those 7 years. I loved my family, but work was demanding, and so was being back in the place I grew up. This time, though, I was going to be there for a full month. I had put all of my work into the project that brought me home, and I didn't plan to rush it in the slightest. I had accrued a decent enough following to fund something I had long envisioned. Over the years, I had spent a significant amount of time urban exploring. It started out as photography during college and eventually evolved into a project displaying my two greater abilities. Haunting, often grimy photos paired with enticing stories about the history surrounding the building was my niche. I'm sure it's obvious, but I had the idea to do a piece surrounding my town early on. The decision to hold off on it was intentional. I knew that this one would be deeply personal and likely inspired by more passion than any other. I wanted to wait for the best opportunity, and there was no time better. I knew it would catapult my career forward if I did a good enough job. Arriving home, I was greeted with more hugs than I could count from my family. Admittedly, my family is small. My mom died when I was young enough that I can't remember her at all. My dad didn't even keep pictures of her because he said it was too painful. My mom's family hated my dad. That's what they told me. They never approved of their relationship, much less their creation of me. When my mom died, my dad was exiled even more, and they cared more about their resentment of him than a grandkid. It's all I've ever known, so it never really bothered me much. My dad's family was pretty much non-existent as well. Aside from my aunts, they were all either dead or estranged in some manner. Apparently, there was a lot of dark stuff running on that side of the family. Mental illness, addiction, suicide, stuff that Aunt and Dad only mentioned a couple times vaguely. Suffice it to say, we were close. The three of us didn't have anyone but each other, so naturally our relationships held a lot of value. Within a couple hours, my aunts had cooked up the kind of meal you can't replicate in a restaurant, and they had hounded me with questions. I told them about my career, this opportunity, and my plan for the project. While their excitement for my success was undeniable, there was still the very apparent nerves running through my dad. I should have known you'd end up doing this someday, my dad pointed out, his joking tone tinged with more nerves. You always had to rebel just a little bit, huh?
You remember what I told you, though? After all those silly stories?
Yes, Dad, I groaned, feeling a little bit like I was 16 again. I haven't forgotten because you've told me a million times before.
Look, you never know what you're gonna run into out there,
he said softly, his eyes darting over to my aunt for just a brief moment.
Just be safe, and don't go poking your nose into more trouble than you can handle.
The conversation lightened up after that, and I could only hope that they'd chill out over the course of the next month. I knew it was natural that they'd be worried about me, but I was an adult now. I won't bore you with too many details of the next couple of weeks. The first week, I spent enough time inside that grungy factory to become deeply acquainted. I took pictures non-stop. I sought after every possible shot I could. The creepier, the better. I will admit that I never once saw a ghost, only spiderwebs and rust. The 2 weeks after that was research. I scoured the library, town records, and the little bit of knowledge the internet had to offer. I interviewed as many townsfolk as I could, and acquired over a dozen stories about that factory, all crazier than the last. I was only able to confirm a few facts, though, as one might expect. 1, there was a woman called Clara who had died in the factory. Her obituary, however, told me very little. All it cited was that she died of unusual circumstances related to factory operations, and the dates. At the very least, it told me that her story was based in the tiniest modicum of truth. And 2, there were 2 boys who went missing after allegedly visiting the factory one night. The more gruesome details of their story were nowhere to be found, as I expected. They were found in the woods by a group of people in some sort of dire state beyond saving, but that was as far as it went. They, too, most certainly died, even if the details weren't exact. The rest of the deaths I found related to the old building were typically ruled as machinery malfunction, which wasn't the rarest thing at that time. The only thing left to do at that point was to write, edit, and get some last-minute shots of other abandoned businesses. It would help set the scene of this rural town left behind in the wake of industrialism. Since I'd left, even more places had become abandoned. It was sad, honestly, but not surprising. If I had never decided to approach the woods, my life would be easier. I wouldn't wake up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat. Images I couldn't forget clouding my vision. I wouldn't have spent months reevaluating my entire life and trying my hardest to avoid an existential crisis. The fact of the matter, however, is that I did approach the woods that day. One seemingly perfect afternoon, I set out through the field where the 2 boys were found. The woods and the field had been abandoned long ago, just as the factory had. The spot that refused to grow anything was bare as ever, but everything else was overgrown entirely. Sometimes it felt like the whole town was just a couple years away from being abandoned entirely. At the time, this seemed like a good thing for my project. Overgrown, spooky woods where the bodies of 2 young boys were found. It could only increase the ambience I was going for. My dad and aunt would be furious if they found out where I was headed, but I figured I could handle it. My mistake began when I went deeper into the woods than I should have, having too much faith in myself. The artistic part of my brain drove me deeper and deeper into the thick brush. The lighting only seemed to get better as I delved deeper. So what was there to stop me? The echoing of adult voices from childhood was silenced. Don't go into the woods. Nothing good ever comes from those woods. Was replaced with, come on, look at that lighting. Look at those trees. They're asking to be part of your creepy article. The smell. That's what stopped me in my tracks for a moment. It was subtle at first, a sickly smell in the distance. For a while, I could pass it off as some dead animal in the distance. The 300 people who lived in the town may be too scared to occupy these woods, but the animals still thrived. Then it got worse, and worse, and worse, until it was stronger than one dead deer could produce. I had been in my fair share of woods over the years, and I have never experienced something this overwhelming. I'd gone deep enough into the forest now that I could no longer see the edges of the field anymore. In the distance, I saw something. I couldn't make out what it was at first, but it became apparent soon enough. It was another abandoned building. It was a cabin or a shed, as dilapidated as my usual subjects. I couldn't believe it. I thought this was a stroke of luck I could have never predicted. The smell was still stronger now, but I had weirdly grown a bit accustomed to it by then. I could press on further, for the sake of the peace. I was able to rationalize everything by backtracking on my old thoughts. Maybe some big predator had just been particularly fruitful. Maybe the smell was just due to some lucky cougar's feast. I knew this sounds stupid now, but in situations like that, your brain does everything it can to rationalize what's going on. I surely didn't want to believe anything was out of the ordinary. I had survived hours upon hours in the scariest place in town. What was the worst that could happen at some forgotten cabin? It only took me a few minutes to reach the cabin, and the smell continually got worse. It was pretty obvious at this point that it was coming from inside the derelict structure. Any reasonable person would have turned around immediately, but sometimes my passion outweighs my reason. The door was locked as I tugged on the knob, but I could see that the hinges were severely rusted. I'm a decently strong girl, so a few kicks with my boots and the door fell back. I expected there to be a loud noise as it slammed against the door, but quite the contrary. There was an odd, squishy noise as it fell, which would have floored me were there not a more pressing issue. The smell. It was so strong that I gagged instantly and yanked my jacket up over my face, zipping it up tight. It curbed the odor just enough for me to avoid actually vomiting. Once I was able to regain my breath and push past the smell, I could begin to register what was inside the cabin. At first, I thought it was furniture, covered in old, dirty sheets. I'd experienced that quite a few times in my line of work, but there was something distinctly different. It felt familiar, but wrong. How did I describe it earlier? Uncanny valley. The sheets were covering something. Lots of somethings. But it certainly wasn't furniture. Furniture doesn't ooze through sheets, typically. Especially not with thick, rust-colored liquid. Furniture doesn't let off the specific scent saponification can. And this certainly wasn't soap. My hand was vibrating like a hummingbird's wings as I reached for the corner of the closest sheet. My mind knew what was happening, but I couldn't move my feet. I couldn't leave this abominable scene until I was sure of what I suspected. I was only able to see one bloated, bruised hand before I took off. I was running faster than I ever had before, bile finding its way up my throat. The smell was stuck in my nose, and every single part of me felt dirty. I felt like the decay had taken over my very body, almost as if I had become one of the corpses. I fell to my knees as soon as I reached the famous clearing. Vomit and bile spilled out of me as I did. As disgusting as it was, I was almost grateful, because it beat the taste and smell of decay that was suffocating me. The first number I dialed was 911. I wasn't sure if they could make out exactly what I was saying, but I managed to give them my location and convey my frantic nature enough that the dispatch was immediate. The next person I called was my dad. It took a few minutes for him to calm me down enough so I could explain what happened. The line went silent for a moment after I choked out my story. "Dad," I wheezed out as the sirens in the distance grew closer.
You call the cops?
He finally asked. I thought it was strange for a first question after your daughter tells you that she found roughly 15 to 20 dead bodies, but hey, traumatic situations affect everyone differently.
Did you call the cops? Where are they?
I can see their lights. They're not far. I finally answered, with confusion evident in my tone. But, Dad, did you hear me? There's some kind of maniac out here. Some kind of serial killer in this town. And I just unveiled it.
I know,
he said. His tone suddenly so serious it gave me chills. His voice sounded different. It wasn't the same as the father I loved.
I just hoped you never would.
The line went dead. I held my phone in my hand, a look of disbelief on my face. I barely had time to process what was happening before the cops arrived and began hounding me with questions. My head was spinning, and I found myself in the back of a cop car. I can't even remember what I told them, but it must have been enough. They found the bodies, and I was taken to the station. The first thing I tried to do at the police station was call my dad once more. No reply. Straight to voicemail. Then, my aunt. Same thing. I felt anxiety building up in my chest. My dad's ominous words paired with the entire situation. It's obvious to say that something was wrong here. But it was something deeper. Something way more wrong than what first appeared. Hours later, I was kindly escorted back to my family's home. My voice had gone raw from the tears and seemingly endless statements I was asked to make. I walked to the door in some sort of trance, completely unsure of what I would find when I returned. I unlocked the door and swung it open. "Dad?" I called out once I stepped inside the dark house. "Auntie?" There was only silence, causing me to shake my head as I flipped the light switch. I stopped, dead in my tracks, as my surroundings came into clear view. It looked like we had been robbed, except in the most careful way possible. Almost everything personal was gone. All the furniture remained, but anything that seemed remotely specific to my family was just gone. I would find out later that my aunt's house was found to be in the same exact state by the time the cops got there. I jogged upstairs, peeking my head around every corner, into every room. There was nothing. Nothing until I reached my old room. The only room that had anything personal left in it. On my bed was a single envelope with my name written in my dad's familiar script. I swallowed heavily as I sat on the comforter and held it in my hands. There was no way anything in this envelope could hold good information. I just knew that in my soul. Nonetheless, I opened it with shaking hands and began to read. "Kiddo, I know this letter isn't going to reach you in the best circumstances. Probably the worst if we're being honest here. Honesty. That's something our relationship's been lacking from the beginning. But you have to understand, honesty meant losing you.
and whatever family we had built for ourselves. I can't say whether you'll view us as a family after everything, but know that I always will. There's a dark part to us all, even if it may display a little differently. Some people's dark parts manifest in the forms of addiction, some in wrath, or some in selfishness. For the unluckiest among us, our dark parts plague us in all of these ways, and more. For whatever mistakes I made, there is no denying that you came out better than any parent could wish for. Your dark parts are so outshined by the bright parts of you. I have envied you for this forever, and so has your aunt. See, we are the kind of people whose dark parts are inescapable. We are the unlucky few who cannot overcome the way our brains nag and pull at us to do the wrong thing, to make the wrong choices. That's how we found each other, years ago, in the deepest depths of our darkness. You were born in May. That is the truth. But I wasn't there for the birth. I wasn't there until you were 6 weeks old. I only met your mother once, and while her family resents me to this day, well, it's not for any reasons we told you. I didn't know you were there when it began. I didn't know that in this stranger's car I would find a wide-eyed, curious, and innocent baby. Contrary to popular belief, even us devils might have the occasional spark of guilt. I wanted to kill you. I wanted to be able to finish the job I had set out to do. I couldn't. Your aunt couldn't either. Admittedly, she was always the one who doubted our work more than I ever did. This became an anomaly to me. Why was empathy suddenly a trait I possessed? I was sure it had escaped me long ago. The plan was to leave you somewhere, drop you off on a doorstep, and forget it ever happened. We could keep traveling, stay undetected, and never think of it again, but then your aunt proposed an idea. Despite the demonic desires in us, we still retain some semblance of humanity. She knew that both of us craved at least a mild sense of normalcy. She knew that we missed having a family, so why not create one? Few would suspect a tight-knit family in a small, rural town of the atrocities we committed. We found this town by accident. After days of driving and trying to figure out where the hell we could possibly build this insane idea, we found it. There were a couple hundred people, and it was practically off the map. These were simple people who stuck to their ways. And hell, the police department isn't anything to write home about. We had changed our identities over the years numerous times, but this would be the last. At least, we hoped. I know now that it won't. The sheer existence of this letter shows that I never thought we were safe. Not truly. Things were good for the first few years. The dark desires stopped in us both for a while, too distracted by raising a child to think about it. That's the thing about this darkness, though. It's never truly gone. Remember when we watched A Clockwork Orange as a kid? Remember how you said you don't understand why he kept doing bad things even after his rehabilitation? I couldn't admit to you that I completely understood. By the time we watched that movie, I had taken 6 more lives. Your aunt had assisted with 3 of them. As we told you it was just a movie, we knew in our hearts, as black as they may be, that it was a lie. You had been our rehabilitation. And despite our bold claims of being completely reformed, we returned to our own ways, just like Alex.
We were good at scouting our victims. Hitchhikers, prostitutes, runaways, homeless folks. The tried and true nomads that the police brush aside. The kind of people that the LAPD would declare code no humans alive for. Never anyone local, never frequently enough to raise suspicions. Those business trips I was always on. Well, I'm sure you can piece that together. I'm not a fool. I couldn't have held this ruse up for as long as I did if I was. I know that we have been unfair to you, and I know that you will probably never see me as the father you grew up with again. I prepared myself for this possibility over the years. I just didn't think it would be this soon. I didn't think I'd miss out on grandkids. The people in this town, I knew they'd never find that cabin. I knew their superstition would keep it hidden. But you never quite fit in this town, did you? As much as I have thought about this over the years, I didn't allow my brain to consider the possibility that you'd be the one to find it. Our darkest secrets. It's unlikely that you'll ever find us. It's unlikely you will ever see your aunt or me again. It's probably better that way, right? And now that you know the truth. For all the lies, for all the violence, for all the sins, we never stopped loving you, not for a moment. It's unfortunate, but all those movies are a lie. Love can't conquer hate. Not when the hate is deep inside of you and inescapable. All love can do is curb that hate a little bit for a little while. Dad. I won't outline what happened next. There was a lot of procedural police work, a lot of crying, a lot of catatonic days, and existential crises. The next 6 months are still a blur. Even now, whole chunks of that time are missing in my memories. It took a little while, but my biological mother was found. For 25 years, she had been a Jane Doe, but through DNA testing, we found her. She had been a single mom, doing what she could to get by. When he got to her, she had been a single mom, doing what she could to get by. When he got to her, she had been picking me up from a babysitter after a late double shift. Ironically, she had very little family as well. The only family member I was able to connect with after all of this was her sister, my biological aunt. My grandparents were long dead, and she had no kids. My biological father's identity was never found, so I'll die without meeting that side of my family. For a long time, the man I knew as my father was unidentified. He had been careful and covered his tracks. My aunt, the exact same. It was obvious that they were professionals at this, prolific as they were, and seemingly able to escape authorities. Then, something happened. The police submitted some of the trace DNA evidence into CODIS, scanning through millions of samples. They got a hit. Shockingly, my former father and aunt had only ever been caught on a couple petty crimes. Theft, trespassing, a few things like that. Turns out they weren't even siblings, just partners in crime. They haven't been found, if you're wondering. It's been almost 10 years since I found that cabin, and a handful of years since they were identified. The case has gone cold for the most part, and a selfish part of me is grateful for that. As much as I want to bring them to justice, part of me worries it will make it all too real. I've managed to hold this suspension of disbelief in my mind for so long, I'm scared to see it go away. I want justice for the mother I never knew. I want justice for the childhood I lost. I want justice for all of those bodies I found covered in sheets and decay. Over half of them remain unidentified with no leads. I just don't know when I'll be able to handle coming face to face with it. Coming face to face with the monsters that masqueraded as my family. The dreams I once had of a grieving mother hanging in an old factory are long gone. They were replaced with a different, reoccurring dream. My shaking hand slowly lifting a sheet, the scent of decay hitting my nostrils, and my feet moving as fast as possible. Sometimes in my dream, my dad is there. Sometimes my aunt. Sometimes they're laughing and sometimes they're crying. It always ends the same, though. They hug me, and at first, I hug back. Then they don't let go. They squeeze me tight until the air is gone, and I'm sucked into darkness. That's how it always ends. The darkness always takes over. Just like that monster said. Just like when the darkness tries to take over, and I feel that depth and shameful pang of longing. Longing for the family I once had, even if it was tainted with lies, death, and blood. I'm not like them, though. I tell myself that to make it better. Every day I fight the darkness, but every day I manage to win. I have a kid now, you see, and I owe it to her to give her the best childhood she could possibly have. My wife says I'm still trying to make up for my own childhood through our daughter, and maybe that's true. It could be worse, though. The piece I wrote about the town was put on hold for a while, but when I published it, it took off. My career went on a trajectory I could have only dreamed of. The addition of my gruesome discovery paired with the piece only added to its popularity. I know I need to tell my daughter about this at some point, but she is still young. Thinking about telling her still gives me anxiety. I have a long time until I have to face it, but the thoughts of watching the light in her turn to darkness plagues me. She is sunshine and happiness, but the words of that letter echo in my mind often. Love can't conquer hate, not when the hate is deep inside of you and inescapable. I'm going to prove that it is inescapable. I'm going to prove him wrong and conquer the hate that threatens my sanity if it's the last thing I do. The light inside me and the light I passed on to my daughter will burn bright enough to destroy that dark shadow that hangs over my life. I have faith in that. A lot of people might start this kind of thing off by saying, I can't tell you where I work. No, forget that. I work at Primrose Financial, and I've been working there for most of my professional career. We mostly deal in insurance, although we provide financial solutions for just about anything. Banking, trading, mortgages, investments, you name it. I've poured my blood, sweat, and tears into this company. I've worked myself raw to climb the corporate ladder, and you know what? I don't think I'm a prick for wanting to make it to the top. Primrose Kennard has been sitting pretty up there for long enough, and you know what? Screw Kennard. If you want to look on our website, it would say that she took control of our operations in 2008 from her mother, who just so happened to look exactly the same as her. Nobody with a brain was fooled by that little stunt. Oh no, We all knew something was up. It's just that nobody important had the balls to ask, and the unimportant people who did got shushed. Personally, I figured it was just Kennard trying to keep up the appearance of being young. I don't know how old she is. She looks like she's in her 30s, but there's no way in hell she's really that young. As far as I can tell, she's been officially in charge of Primrose Financial since the 80s, although the name Primrose Financial only popped up sometime in the 50s. Considering how much nepotism there is in the company, I absolutely believe that it was named after her. That said, I always figured that if Kennard's been around since the 50s, then she looks great for a lady pushing 70. 70 is still pretty old, though. I'd had said it was old enough if you asked me yesterday. I would have said that I didn't care what kind of messed up anti-aging spell she's done. That witch should have retired ages ago. Yeah, that's what I would have said. Look, I've done pretty well. I'm in my 40s, and I've had a good career. I'm about as close to the top as one can get in a company like Primrose Financial, and if it weren't for one very old witch sitting in my way, I'd probably be running the show. My wife always said that the only good thing Kennard could still do for the company is either retire or croak. And I agreed with her. My wife's a girl with expensive tastes. Everything I've done to keep her happy, and I was tired of letting her be married to a guy who played second fiddle to some crazy old witch who hasn't aged in 5 years. So I figured I'd help nature take its course. I asked Kennard if she had some time that evening to go over a U.S. expansion proposal. She'd been really interested in the Vegas area lately, primarily because she liked making excuses to go on expensive vacations. I made some ridiculous tweaks to a plan she'd come up with to open up some branches in the Vegas area, amongst other places. I called her personal line to get past her secretary, who I'm 90% sure she mostly kept around as eye candy. I wasn't all that shocked when Kennard was enthused by the idea and asked me to pop up to her office at 7, after hours. I couldn't have possibly asked for a better window. If anyone asked, my wife was going to say I was at home that evening. I even made a show of leaving the office at 4 and coming back in while others were leaving. I wore a hat so the cameras wouldn't catch my face as I took the elevator up to the top floor. I had the gun in my jacket pocket. Kennard was something of an exercise nut, but I figured I could overpower her and make it look like a suicide. How tough could she really be? Kennard's office took up the entire top floor of our building, and I think I'm being generous when I call it an office. The word palace or museum would have been more fitting. The elevators opened on the hallway decorations with various statues that looked like they were relics. They were lit like they were in a museum and always gave me the creeps. Kennard always said she was an archaeological buff, but I had no idea where in the world those statues had come from. They depicted various grotesque creatures with too many legs. They kind of looked like those centipedes you see sometimes with a very, very long legs. Those things always creeped me out. The door at the end of the hall was a reddish mahogany with a gold inline. I opened it slowly into her secretary's office. The secretary in question, Miss Crowley's desk, was stationed by a glass wall that looked into what looked more like a museum or a library than an office. I'd been hoping that she'd have gone home for the night, but no such luck. Elena Crowley was typing away at her laptop and barely paid me any mind. Still, the fact that she'd seen me wasn't good. I caught myself panicking a little. I almost called the whole thing off right then and there. I really didn't want to have to kill her as well. Crowley was jaw-dropping. I wasn't too into the whole goth chick vibe, but hey, I can't complain either. Miss Kenway is expecting you, Mr. Stevenson. Of course. Thank you, Miss Crowley. Is there anything you need before you go in? I'm about to head out for the night. Oh, thank God. She was leaving. She offered a pleasant but insincere smile that I only barely managed to return. No, you can head home. I won't be long, I said. Then I went towards the glass door and stepped inside Kennard's office. Stone tablets depicting more twisted monsters decorated the walls, and there were more of those messed up ancient statues lying around. I could see some scattered bookshelves as well, although just what kind of books she'd put on them were beyond me. I made my way through the small hallway and rounded the corner to her office proper. The Toronto skyline dominated the view out of her window, backlit by the twilight sky. Kennard herself was standing by her desk, smoking a cigar. I could see a bottle of half-empty red wine on her bar with 2 glasses poured, waiting for us. "Evening, Brad," she said. Her tone was condescending. I hated it. "Primrose," I replied. "You look well." "Thank you. I was hoping you don't mind, but I was in the mood for a nightcap. Figured you'd join me." She looked over her shoulder at me, a wry smile on her lips. For a woman in her 70s, she didn't look a day over 30. Her skin was soft, if a bit pale. She had a bit of a baby face and sultry eyes. Her hair was pitch black, although I'd caught hints of white at her roots before, so I knew she'd dyed it. She wore a red blouse with a black skirt that accented her heart-shaped rear just perfectly. It was fine for a woman her age. "That's awfully kind of you," I said, and picked up both wine glasses. I brought them over to her mahogany desk. That desk was the one thing in that office I was looking to keep after the job was done. Her laptop was closed, and I saw one of those old books open in its place. I couldn't read the text, but there were pictures of strange creatures in there. A white wolf, a bird with no features, some sort of jellyfish, and that creepy centipede thing. "Do you like it?" she asked when she caught me looking at the book. "It just came in today. I thought it would make a nice addition to my collection. I just haven't decided where to put it yet. Office, home, or library. Decisions. What exactly is it?" I asked.
An old Sumerian text. Well, a copy of an old Sumerian text. The book itself is probably from the 17th century. It details the beliefs of a culture who existed some time before the rise of summer. There's not much left of them, I'm afraid. It's a shame. Anyway, these people worshipped some very peculiar gods. Some people believe that they are the earliest known mentioned deities in history.
I see. I wasn't all that interested in what she had to say. More centipedes, I guess.
The centipede is often used to depict the ancient god of death and destruction, Sha'al, Kennard said. Of all the ancient gods, Sha'al is the one I'm the most fascinated by.
Well, that's great. Should we move this to the boardroom, or...
Here is fine, Kennard said, without looking up at me. She admired the book for a moment longer before closing it and sitting down. I don't imagine this will be a long meeting. You'd have brought more if it were. I frowned, but didn't sit down. Kennard looked up at me expectantly. I could see the slightest hint of red in her dark eyes. Right, I muttered. Now that I was right there, looking at her, pulling out my gun seemed harder. I've never really killed anyone before. This all seemed so much easier in my head. That wry, condescending smile appeared on Kennard's lips again. She picked up her wine and took a sip. Cold feet, she teased. Take your time. I've got all night. Normally, that would have just made me angrier. At that moment, though, anger was what I needed.
Oh, the hell with it.
I pulled the gun from my jacket and aimed it at her head.
I'm sick of your crap.
I expected her to scream. I expected that smug demeanor of hers to crack in the face of a gun. Instead, she looked at me dead in the eyes and laughed. Oh, wow. So it's that kind of meeting, she asked.
Don't you patronize me,
I snapped. Please, by all means, shoot me. See where that gets you. Not even an ounce of fear. She either truly didn't care or she didn't think that I'd do it. Oh, what if I was on camera? I caught myself scanning the corners of the room, looking for some hints of whatever ace she had in the hole. I didn't see anything, but I felt it. The gun grew hot in my hand. I cried out and let it go. But it didn't hit the ground. It just burned away, disintegrated into embers that quickly fizzled out into nothing. Primrose regarded me with quiet boredom before knocking back the rest of her wine and standing up again. Did you really think you were just going to walk in here and shoot me? She asked. It's been a while since anyone's tried to murder me. But for Christ's sake, at least put some effort into it. I really thought better of you, Brad. She sighed and smoothed back her hair. Well, since it was such a paltry murder attempt, I suppose I can let you off with a warning this time. Tell you what, you make it out of this building alive, and you'll keep your job. Fail, and, well, she shrugged. You get the idea.
Alive?
I took a step back, my eyes wide as I stared at the impossible woman before me. Alive, she repeated. And just to be fair, I'll give you a head start. But after that... She held up her left hand, and I watched it change. Her smooth, ivory skin grew hard and chitinous. Her fingers morphed into talons. In the span of a few moments, her hand had turned into some sort of insectoid claw. She flexed her fingers and fixed me in a knowing gaze. 5. I just stared at the claw, then back at her. 4. The fact that she was counting finally hit me. I stumbled backwards, running for the door of her office.
3.
I stumbled into the hallway of tables leading into the waiting room where Miss Crowley had been. The glass door was closed, and I could see Crowley herself beyond it. She was leaning on the far wall, smoking a cigarette. She looked up when I came into view, her expression utterly disinterested.
2.
I pounded on the glass hard enough to make it shake. Crowley just took a drag of her cigarette. She watched me, but she didn't help. Of course she didn't. She was probably in on this, whatever the hell this was.
1.
I need to move. I need to move right now. I glanced down the hallway in the other direction. That was Kennard's private bedroom. Maybe I could hide in there, or maybe I could bring a chair back and smash that stupid glass wall.
Run.
Primrose Kennard's voice echoed through the hallway, and I obeyed her single command. I took off at a sprint down towards the boardroom, panting the entire time. Looking back, I could see her at the end of the hallway, grinning viciously from ear to ear as she advanced on me. She didn't run, although she could have. She walked at a brisk pace, eyes fixated on me, and never moving.
It was too far to tell, but I was sure her mouth seemed wider than before. I just kept running, throwing open the door to her boardroom. There were several rolling chairs nearby. I just needed to get one past her so I could smash that door. Or maybe I could hide under the conference table. Both ideas seemed stupider the more I thought about them. I didn't think that there was a chance in hell that I'd get past Kennard in the hallway without her ripping me in two. And she'd have to be blind not to see me under the table. I could see her through the windows of the boardroom. I half expected her to lunge at me through the glass. But she opted to use the door instead. Of course she did. I was almost cornered.
Bad call, Brad.
She cooed as she stepped inside.
Where are you going to go now?
On instinct, I picked up one of the boardroom chairs and hurled it at her. It soared through the air before burning away as if it had never existed.
I like that energy, she said. Good attempt. Now it's my turn.
She lunged for me, launching herself across the room and over the table faster than any normal human ever could have. I don't know how she missed me, but she only barely did. Her claw tore into the drywall and left deep gashes in it. Her head whirled around to fix me in a vicious glare. Her eyes looked black now, with red sclera. Her psychotic grin split her head in two, revealing rows of monstrous teeth. She cackled like an absolute madwoman as I tripped over myself, running from her. I rounded the table and ran for the door. I don't know how I made it this time.
Keep running, Brad. It's more fun when you run.
Looking back, I could see her climbing back onto the table. I could see long, insectoid legs coming off of her body. Centipede legs. I could see them jutting out of her back. I knew she was changing, but I didn't want to see just what she was becoming. I just ran past her private gym and kitchen. I could hear chitlin scraping against the floors. Where the hell was I going to go? How was I even going to get away from something like her? Something that wasn't even human. Then it hit me. The fire exit. Each floor had at least 2 or 3 fire exits that led to a stairwell. One by the elevator and one on the opposite side of the building. There had to be one in Kennard's office, too. I was sure there legally had to be one. But where? In my mind, I struggled to map out the place. Fire exits are something you tend to block out of your mind. You don't think of them until you need them. I recalled seeing an exit in her break room, which was through her kitchen. If she hadn't caught up to me yet, maybe I could double back. I turned and ran for the kitchen. I forced the door open and pushed myself inside.
There you are.
Kennard's voice rang out from behind me, louder than it had ever been before. As I escaped into her break room, I could see something pushing through the kitchen door after me. It had the torso of Primrose Kennard, with her perfect ivory skin and red blouse. But everything from the waist down was shiny chitin and pulsating bug meat. Her burning red eyes were fixated on me, as she rushed forward with countless spindly legs. All I could do was scream as I ran for the fire exit. I burst through the door and into the cold concrete stairwell. I didn't pause for a second before I began rushing down the stairs.
Bradley.
I heard Kennard call, followed by her own cruel laughter. I could hear her body against the concrete, and I was certain that I was dead. I kept running, though, flying down the stairs as fast as I could. I fell down one flight and felt my nose break as I slammed into the concrete. My mouth was filled with my own blood, but the scraping sound of Primrose Kennard rushing down the stairs after me got me up on my feet again. I didn't want to know what those claws would feel like as they tore into my flesh. I didn't want to die, not like this. It felt like it took hours to get down those stairs, and when I finally reached the bottom, I could have cried tears of joy. I threw the door open and stumbled out into the parking lot.
my lungs and muscles burning. I hadn't run so fast in years. As the cool evening air embraced me, my body finally gave out. I hit the ground hard, shaking and bleeding. Desperate, I looked back towards the door I'd come out of, experiencing some new horror to be watching me, or worse, bearing down on me. Instead, I just saw Kennard. No claws, no glowing red eyes, no centipede body. Just Primrose Kennard, as I knew her, grinning from ear to ear. We stared at each other, me a sobbing mess, and her pristine and smug. Well, that was fun. I'll see you tomorrow, Brad, she said. And I really hope that you have a proposal for American expansion of our business for me by the end of the week. You really shouldn't have gotten my hopes up about that. Good night. With that, she turned around and closed the door behind her. I sat alone in the parking lot, still a mess. It was a few minutes before I had the strength to pick myself up and get into my car to go home. I wasn't sure what to tell my wife about what happened. She'd probably have given me grief for not being able to go through with it, but she didn't see what I saw. She didn't see what the real Primrose Kennard looked like. If Primrose Kennard is even that thing's real name. For all I know, it's Shaal. Turns out, I didn't need to explain anything to my wife, though. Her car was in the driveway when I finally made it back home, but she wasn't in bed. Even when I called out for her, I was greeted with nothing but silence. Well, silence and a missed call on my cell phone with a voicemail from Kennard. It took me a while to work up the nerve to listen to what she had to say, but I couldn't handle not knowing either. Hey, Brad. Hope you made it home all right, and I hope there's no hard feelings between us. That said, you really didn't think I'd let you get off scot-free after what you did you? Marie was a nice girl. I met her as the cook and resident small-time drug dealer of Le Bon Gray's, a tiny restaurant in downtown Lake Worth owned by a guy who had picked me off the streets, Emmanuel Baptiste. Marie had just gotten to America after her family raised enough money to have her smuggled from Haiti, following the attacks of Jimmy Barbecue Cherizer and the G9 Gang Confederation, where her father was tied up and burned to death. My name is John Rice, and this is the story of how I helped her. She was a breathtaking beauty. The ordinary-looking white man who helped bring her here also turned her out for prostitution, offering her money for sex and convincing her that she did not have a legitimate chance of getting a good job. She joined the cater of girls who walked up and down downtown Lake Worth, waiting for men to buy them drinks, and it kept a roof over her head in an overpriced city and put food on her plate. I met her one night after some guy tried to have his way with her, and she didn't have enough money for dinner, so I made her some Haitian comfort food. Tassot cabri, heavily marinated fried goat, rice stained jet black with black mushrooms and legume, a stew of eggplant, cabbage, and other Caribbean vegetables and spices. I helped her with her English, and she helped me with my Creole. Eventually, it got to me helping her take some classes at the local community college, and Emmanuel helping her work towards citizenship. She wanted to open a nail salon and developed a crush on Ramon, the busboy at Le Bon Gray's, who did not judge her for her situation. She didn't want to keep prostituting, and we almost had enough business to hire her as a waitress. She was afraid of someone named Cambrone, who I assumed to be the normal-looking guy I had seen her with, despite the Haitian name. She thought that he would leave her alone if she paid him a little more, and apparently he unexpectedly accepted. It was sweet to watch her and Ramon steal glances at each other. She was hopeful. I was looking forward to her stopping by for another free dinner, when suddenly she didn't. Her absence in Lake Worth was conspicuous, and I asked one of the other girls who she seemed to be friends with, and she said she also hadn't seen her. I filed a missing persons report, but the lady at PBSO shrugged helplessly at the situation. Marie had no one that knew her, only a single photo, no social security number, and little English. 2 weeks would go by until I accidentally sold a small amount of weed to the wrong dude, who didn't even seem that shady at first. 10 minutes later, the cops interrupted my frying of the plantains to place me under arrest.
"You're screwed now, Mr. Rice,"
a particularly fat cop whispered in my ear. I wondered how he knew my name. After they put the cuffs on me, one of them slammed my head on the pavement to soften me up, and then stuffed an absurd-sized bag of crack in my back pocket, as if dealers were known for walking around with bricks sticking out. Right as the cop car was pulling away with me in the back, I saw Marie again. She was wearing her Creole head wrap, a dirty tank top, and a full-length skirt that dragged on the ground, the same outfit I had last seen her in. I saw her scream, but heard nothing. Despite having not seen her in less than a month, she had somehow become amazingly pregnant. There was no way it was only a single baby causing her stomach to protrude in such a way. I could tell something was horribly wrong and nearly broke my neck to get a better view as they hauled me away. Even aside from her bulging belly, what was much worse, however, was the fact that she seemed to float above the pavement, and a horrible multitude of arms and hands protruded from the hem of her skirt. She was shaking violently and looked enraged. It looked like she had to use incredible effort to raise a finger to point at us, as if to accuse us. The sight of Marie was horrifying, and I vomited immediately, much to the amusement of the police. As I went through the process of being framed for massive-scale drug dealing, it became clear that she was focused on me for some reason. Somehow she managed to follow me the entire way through the process without anyone else noticing that she was present. I tried to speak to her, as if hearing her speak might force the situation to make sense, despite her floating above the ground with hands desperately searching the ground beneath her. Finally, it came down to me being stuck in a room with 2 detectives. The fat cop, who I would learn was named Officer Townsend, an officer named Nicoletti, who seemed to just be there for support, and Marie, who stood silently in the corner, watching all of us. Marie seemed to be paying the most attention to Townsend as he sat down in front of me.
"So, Mr. Rice, looks like we got you for crack distribution. Not good, especially with that amount. It's your lucky day, though, because we need someone to make a buy off of another, even bigger jag-off. You buy that for us, you don't gotta worry about dropping soap. You don't do this for us, you keep up with that crazy act, and you're gonna be placed in a particularly bad part of jail."
He chuckled as he finished his pitch, projecting a deep smugness at the situation he placed me in. He spread his fingers over the manila folder as if to say, "Well, what did you expect?" And I had to wonder how conscious he was of his own wrongdoings. There is a natural trajectory of focusing on the flaws of people with issues like substance abuse or mental illness, while ignoring the impact of their own unempathetic behavior that I had long gotten used to. I didn't respond, which he seems to correctly interpret as giving up.
"So, here's what you're gonna do."
He passed the manila folder to me and opened it, allowing me to see multiple pictures of the relatively mundane-looking white guy I had seen around Marie, and some paperwork that referred to the man as Jean-Claude Cambroni, Marie's pimp On the surface, seemed to be the head of an organization known as the Front for Advancement and Progress of the Haitian Peoples.
Yeah, I couldn't guess who this guy was originally, or why he decided to go with the Haitian shtick. We're pretty sure he's a standard issue white suburbanite.
Nicoletti cut in with a chuckle. For once, I shared a drop of his sense of humor, but not enough for me to crack a smile. I had to read the paperwork with more interest to see why a white man might go by a Haitian name and work for a Haitian organization. Behind the documents of Mr. Cabrone, there was a printed paper detailing my confession as a massive cocaine trafficker. In the corner, Marie nodded angrily as I read the documents, holding her massive belly. I tried to focus on the paper, even as I noticed a teeming mass of things moving underneath her skirt.
He sells fentanyl, cocaine, women. The right person asks, children. We have an undercover who's arranged for someone, that'd be you, to make a purchase off of Mr. Cabrone. All you have to do is wear a wire and get him to agree to something he already thinks is a good idea.
Marie sneered in disgust at Officer Townsend. I wondered if she had a personal reason to dislike him. One way or the other, I knew what was going to happen to me if I didn't do what this pinnacle of corruption told me to do. I would get a sentence that wouldn't make sense. Officer Townsend smiled, widely, at me again while passing me a small electronic device.
Why don't you go ahead and try this one on? Just tape it to your torso under your shirt, sign on the dotted line on that third page. Then you can go home safe tonight, and we'll pick you up tomorrow morning when Mr. Cambrone is expecting you.
The feeling you get when you don't have a choice, but you can feel the water going above your head is absolutely terrifying. I was simply in shock, and Marie only added to it. I nodded and did what I was told, even as Marie offered a malevolent smirk. I couldn't fathom why she would direct hatred towards me. When I looked up again after signing it, she was gone, and the fat man was moving around the table to unchain me and lead me out. A brusque lady wearing authority glasses at night told me that Townsend would be by my home late that next day to pick me up and go over what I was going to do and say before arranging for a taxi to take me home.
You're lucky you got caught when you did. Any other week, you'd be getting plowed by some guy named Bubba right now, she said with a smug sense of authority. I got in the cab and headed home. My apartment didn't feel the same as it did when I left during the morning. It didn't feel safe. I didn't feel as if I were isolated from the outside world. My mind kept bounding between the incredible injustice that fat piece of garbage had committed by framing me and the incredible fear I felt knowing that a cop, even a crooked one, probably wouldn't resort to framing someone unless there was something complicating the situation. And then, finally, to the ghost. Somehow, they all had something to do with each other. I was Googling the guy up, hoping to find someone connected to him. It occurred to me that the safest way through this situation might be to contact one of this guy's buddies and give them a heads up. That way, they would be more likely to simply turn me away. A quick search of FBI news bulletins gave me the names of 4 people who had managed to evade arrest during an operation supposedly connected to him. But further investigation showed that they were all dead. None of my friends knew who he was. We were all too low on the totem pole. Before I knew it, I had fallen down a hole trying to investigate the man. He had definitely been to Haiti at the very least, and I found newspaper clippings about him opening a series of medical clinics in Port-au-Prince. The next articles were about some of these clinics getting burns to the ground by the locals. I had finally tracked down an email that seemed to be connected to the clinics, but as I was copying and pasting it into the address line of an email, when the screen on my computer suddenly went black, reflecting my face and Marie, who was now standing behind me.
I shot up and flung myself against the wall, yelping in surprise. She pulled herself forward, the multitude of black hands that protruded from her long, dirty skirt, dripping blood as they grabbed the floor with determination. One by one, the hands rapidly pulled her towards me. They did not kill me. They killed the children I would have had, and the children they would have had. He turned me into a weapon. You must carry this out, she said with a thick Haitian accent. Please, I don't understand. In between blinks of my eyes, she had disappeared. It was at least 15 minutes before I got down from the wall. It took a much longer period of time before I was thinking clearly again. My friend was dead. Either Officer Townsend or Cambrone had killed her just as she was beginning to live. I couldn't imagine why or how she would be turned into a weapon, though. Eventually, I door-dashed a chorizo pan, or a shish kebab sandwich with crushed potato chips, quail eggs, and pineapple sauce from La Parada del Gordo in Palm Beach, and sat back down at my computer. It's much better than it sounds. Much like my interaction with the police, I knew that even though it was unarguably wrong that I was being put through this ordeal, that there was nothing I could realistically do about it. Either the police or Marie could just reach out and get me if they suspected I wasn't going to play ball, and I was beginning to feel like Marie was not willing or able to take no for an answer. She could easily hurt me, even kill me, by the looks of her new supernatural state. Besides that, at some level or another, there was a bit of truth to how the police at least viewed me. I was a small-time scumbag, and I already hated myself for it. My lifestyle had annihilated my life. I only worked at La Bongraise because the owner, Emmanuel, took pity on me years ago. Most of the hobbies I once enjoyed had long been replaced with one terrible habit or another, and my return to school simply never happened. My guilt at wasted opportunities pointed me towards the belief that this was a fair fate for me. I took a ton of diphenhydramine along with my nightly drug regimen in an attempt to actually get sleep. Instead, I got a stressful high that gave me a deep grogginess that would end up lasting several days, making it feel like I hadn't really gotten high and never really came down. I had a tense sleepiness after 2 cups of coffee when Detective Wideload knocked on my door.
Let's get this over with,
he said, as he gruffly moved past me into my own home, carrying a large briefcase, as if it were nothing but a storage closet he and his buddies happened to need at the moment. The feeling of violation was terrible. First, he sat at my living room table and opened his briefcase, taking out what looked like a single gray AirPod. The meeting had been set for La Bongraise. I felt massively violated again and knew that this essentially dragged Emmanuel into this mess as well. He went on to explain that he and several other officers would be near, but out of sight in case things went south. How many other informants have you guys sent after this guy? I heard my voice quake as I asked. He seemed to pause for a long moment, thinking about his response. Marie appeared suddenly, moving from my kitchen to my living room, the multitude of horrible arms seemingly pulling her aggressively forward, despite not touching the ground.
A couple. They weren't able to get anything interesting recorded. We dropped their charges anyway, so don't worry about that. Just do the best that you can.
He didn't meet my eyes while saying this, instead focusing on the small cell phone-like device in front of him that he seemed to be pairing to the microphone. Marie stared at me, and I knew what had happened. She had been caught prostituting and sent to get information on Cambrone. I still didn't understand what she meant by becoming a weapon. Also, she was probably not Townsend's first victim, and clearly not Cambrone's. I resumed being dead silent,
Generally a good tactic with police.
Even if they're looking for Bluetooth connections, they won't find it. It's something new. All we need is to get him to say anything at all about dealing. Even acknowledging the shipment you're buying should do the trick.
He sighed heavily and looked at the floor.
I know that you're probably not in the mood to do me any favors, but if you can find out about the trafficking, the sex trafficking that is, you might end up saving a lot of innocent lives. We know for a fact that he's the one bringing girls in and selling them. We've rescued girls as far away as British Columbia, but no one has been willing to testify against him. It'd do a lot of good in the world if he landed behind bars.
I nodded and didn't say anything. Part of me could see that Townsend may have resorted to scumbaggery out of desperation against Cambrone, who I had no doubt was truly evil. Officer Townsend seemed dejected, nervous, and even more uptight. He packed his bags and motioned for me to follow him out to his car, an unmarked old Lincoln. We drove out to the bottom of Lake Worth, a part of Palm Beach County that had long ago been reserved for minorities. By this, I mean that its infrastructure had deliberately been allowed to degrade, its opportunities plucked and long transported elsewhere. Lately, gentrification had set in, with an extremely expensive area lying directly across some cliched train tracks. We passed check-cashing stores, pawn shops, gun stores, and even occasional restaurants and normal businesses. Many of the buildings were painted in bright Caribbean colors that stood out even at night. But even normal family business in the bad part of Lake Worth are noticeable for the black metal bars over their windows, as well as the impossibly bright colors being painted on bare cinder block walls.
All right. We had our man set this up, and it was not easy to arrange. Rick is the undercover waiting for you. He's been working on this for a while now.
He motioned to the side of the building that had become my second home, where a Hispanic man wearing a dirty Ramones t-shirt was waiting. Emmanuel would never allow a dirty vagrant to just hang out, and his being there added insults to the situation.
You don't have to act chummy with him,
Townsend said, nervously looking around.
Anything you can get him to say would be helpful. Here's the cash that you'll need for the buy. Good luck.
He handed me a giant stack of $100 bills, and I cracked the car door. I took a deep breath and braced myself for Florida's nightmare heat and humidity. I walked up to Rick, wondering what his real name might be.
For God's sake, what took you so long?
He spat out as I got near. I sensed his frustration was real and that I was being blamed for the delay. Even if I objected, it wouldn't mean anything, so I kept quiet.
I'm gonna wave you in, but there's no need for an introduction. He knows your name, and he's waiting for you.
Rick started with a tense tone as he opened the door for me. Since I had only just been arrested, I had to wonder if he had told this guy my name just last night, or if they had quietly been eyeing me as a potential informant the entire time. Either was possible, but I was beginning to suspect that one or both of them had considered me prior to my being arrested. I walked into the empty home and was greeted with the smell of frying plantains and curry still lingering in the air. Only Emmanuel was there, and he stared at the ground as he left the dining room. Mr. Cambrone smiled at me from his seat in the dead center of the restaurant, eating a massive plate of steak with a side of black rice in my home. He waved to the seat in front of me.
So, you're the latest to fall victim to their trap,
he said as I sat down, smiling. I almost shot back up again, but he waved dismissively at my fearful reaction. His accent was clearly American, but he seemed to strain to use certain Haitian pronunciations.
There's no need to worry, not from me at least. I have no reason to harm you. The little machine they gave you will not betray anything to them. You're supposed to make a purchase of me, yes?
At this point, he had strained his fake accents to a comical degree, sounding like a child's interpretation of a French villain. What he said was especially frightening, though. If this man could warp technology so that it did not work, what else could he do?
Yeah, I'm supposed to buy a big load of crack. I got the cash right here. What do you want me to do with it?
I took out the giant load of money as Mr. Cambrone laughed with what sounded like genuine entertainment.
I can tell you are not so excited about this task. This may work out for both of us, then. What I would like is that if you took care of a little something for me.
He reached under the table and pulled out a large, dark-colored piece of leather. A shadow moved from behind it, and I recognized Marie coming out from behind some pots and pans. She stared at the leather with disgust and rage.
This is a contract, a very special one, with the spirits of someone bound to it. I have already entered my part of the contract. I would like you to complete this. It requires a bit of Officer Townsend's sweat or saliva and a bit of his blood. The more contact a person has with this contract, the more access the spirit will have to the person. The little contact we have had should be fine, but the amount Townsend will contribute will allow unlimited access to everything he has touched, even long ago. Once this contract is sealed in both ways, the spirit will be forced to do the most that it can, hopefully removing not only him, but any trace of his work from this world. Anything he is holding over both of us will disappear utterly. I gaped in awe as he passed me the item, which was covered in strange sigils. Marie looked at it with a pained expression, a heart bisected by a dotted line and surrounded by strange-looking crosses. I recognized the general Haitian design, a spiritual cosmogram whose history goes all the way back to pre-colonial Africa, but I could not guess at what I was looking at. Given the presence of Marie, however, I knew I had to take this seriously, and I could guess at its purpose.
What am I supposed to do with this blood and saliva? Just get it and it's done?
He smiled broadly that showed off his teeth, but displayed not a bit of mirth.
All you have to do is touch each of them to this piece of leather, and it will be done. By accepting this, you accept your part in this contract. To be honest, I will not have a reason to harm you as Officer Townsend is hoping, for I will never have to deal with you again. If you do not complete your part of the contract will punish you instead of him. I do not think that you will live very long without your skin.
I could feel my gaping mouth open even further at this last note, but no sound came out. Marie stared at me with sorrow. I made a quiet note that Townsend may have been hoping that I would be killed.
Of course, if you are not up for this, we could always simply kill you. I assure you it would be painless and nothing personal. I simply assumed you would prefer Officer Townsend's death to your own.
He spread his hands broadly, as if to ask what I thought of the entire situation.
Okay, I said, quietly. I'll do it. But they're listening to you right now, whatever that means to you.
He smiled gregariously and handed me the leather. As I took it, I saw smoke rising from the strange letters, and the girl looming behind him smiled darkly.
It is done, then. The contract is made. You may leave now. You'll find the officers won't be nearly as surprised as their lack of ability to listen to us as you may have imagined.
He waved at me dismissively, and I felt my legs move shakily, dragging me away from the man who seemed able to offer certain death in a number of ways. I walked outside, my legs still feeling like I just had the most vicious leg day in the history of any gym, and noticed that Ricky wasn't even in sight. Down the road, Officer Townsend was no longer discreetly sitting in his unmarked vehicle. The headlights were on, and he was standing outside in his uniform, drinking a hot coffee in the unbelievable heat and humidity. I had the distinct impression that he was hoping Cambrone knew I was an informant. As I walked up, he shook his head in disappointment and got into his car, unenthusiastically motioning me to enter the passenger seat.
So, he said a lot of weird stuff, huh? I asked. Part of me was still hoping that he would say it was all done and I could go home. Instead, he took a deep sigh and put the car into drive before I could even put my safety belt on.
Something went wrong with the machine. He shook his head angrily. Did he take the money?
Yeah, I said, wondering if I was going to go to jail right away or if Townsend was telling the truth about not hearing the conversation. I didn't take it very seriously, though. I didn't give me anything. He even asked about you. His eyebrows raised in shock and didn't seem to go back down.
You used my name? He asked, as I could hear anger and fear lurking in his voice.
I didn't need to. He asked me about you the moment I sat down in front of him. Seemed like it was the only thing he found interesting, actually. This time there was no reaction at all, aside from a worried look on his face. He was simply dead silent for the rest of the trip. As we pulled up to the apartment, I noticed he was sweating slightly, but I didn't see any opportunity to collect any. I entered my run-down Floridian apartment in a daze, not even caring that I was tracking in dirt over the floor. I sat down on my couch and took the piece of leather out. Smoke rose softly from the strange patterns. I could see pores and even a hair follicle, and in one corner what may have been the edge of a navel. Marie had been skinned in order to make the contract. I began weeping hysterically. "Both of them," whispered Marie from behind me. "I'm sorry this happened to you," I said, wiping snot off of my face, hoping she heard it before she disappeared. "They pointed me at you. You would have stood in Cambrone's place. You must stop them. Once it is complete, I and the children I was supposed to have will end this," she said. When I looked behind me, I saw nothing there. I understood then that I was intended to be killed and likely to take the blame for something Cambrone had done. Marie didn't want to hurt me, but now that I was a part of that contract, she might not have any choice. I knew I had to go back to the restaurant and pray to God that Emmanuel hadn't cleaned up. I dashed to my clunky Plymouth Breeze and gunned it as hard as that piece of garbage would go. As I left, I saw Townsend waiting at the end of my block. He had been waiting to see if anyone would come to my apartment to kill me. When I got to the restaurant, it was a sad relief. Emmanuel hadn't even picked up the plate, probably having left as quickly as possible. I rushed to the plate and wiped the fork hard against the leather. Then I wiped the glass he had used, and smoke began to rise slowly from the leather. The diagrams seemed to change color, and then a myriad pattern of white dots began to fill in the bisected heart. I knew that, somehow, it had been done. I walked out and saw Townsend parked right where he had been waiting during the meeting. I didn't see any other cars or anyone at all nearby. I walked up to his car, my legs shaking violently. I knocked on his window, and he rolled it down.
"Yes?"
he asked, as if me approaching him was just stupid. "The prick left something behind on accident. It looks like his phone and some other stuff slid out of his pocket," I said. He looked instantly concerned and amused. getting out of the car to follow me. I opened the door of the restaurant and pointed to the table where Cambrone had sat. As he walked up to it, I took out the piece of leather. As he looked over the area in confusion, I took the steak knife Cambrone had used and rammed it into Townsend's fat neck, immediately clamping the leather to the wound. Right as he had dropped into the weaver's stance and grabbed his weapon, I saw Marie behind him, coalescing into the world from what looked like behind a strange fog. Her hands wrapped around his eyes. He screamed for a moment and then fell silently backwards, where he seemed to fade away from this world into nothing. As I stood in horror, she turned to me, no longer appearing as a floating pregnant monster, but as the young woman I once knew. "Thank you," she said, slowly evaporating into what looked like millions of colors of bright confetti that disappeared before it hit the ground. I fell to the ground, weeping. After some time, I got up, and there was no trace of blood. Cambrone was right about the contract and what it would do. Marie seemed to erase most of both men. I received a case from the police asking if I had seen Townsend, but they seemed to believe my lie and never called me again. No one ever asked about Cambrone, and the neighborhood was infinitely better for it. I explained everything to Emmanuel, and he understood and accepted it. He, too, was horrified to learn of Marie's fate, and Ramon began weeping when we told him she was gone. I still had the money, which I split between investing into La Bonne Grace as well as giving to several young immigrant girls. It's been several years now, and the restaurant is more popular than ever. We keep a small shrine to Marie to remember her and to thank her.
There's a story about how the Dead Camel Mountains got the name the Dead Camel Mountains. In the early 1850s, Jefferson Davis, President of the Confederate States-to-be, then the Secretary of War under Franklin Pierce, got it in his head that it would be a good idea to import camels as a reliable beast of burden within the U.S. Army. I again invite attention to the advantages to be anticipated from the use of camels for military and other purposes, said Davis in his 1854 annual report. Davis's report was heeded, $30,000 allotted, and 75 camels were imported to the western United States by way of the Middle East. Yet within a short period of time, every camel had made its way to the auction block, sold to a wide variety of private enterprises, from mineral extractors to butchers. A few of those camels made their way to the mines of northwestern Nevada, where I once lived. By the turn of the century, the camels had all gone the way of the dinosaur, with the exception of some hearsay reports of feral camels roaming the mountains. Feral camels meandering about the sun-scorched hills, those camels dropped dead one by one in a country so bleak and unremarkable that a passing wayward miner on vacation was inspired to name that place the Dead Camel Mountains. That's the American West for you. But my story has little to do with the camels, and a lot more to do with Sidra. You see, I shared a thin wall with Sidra in my dumpy Reno apartment on Pluma Street. I could hear her through the walls, and I became a bit infatuated with her. Not in a particularly creepy or unhealthy way, I don't think, but in the ways one begins to imagine and fill in the life of another when one finds themselves in a particularly low, lonely place. That was me, then. Low, lonely. Sidra, by contrast, was bubbly, vivacious. She spoke to her mother often, daily, perhaps, and gave advice to a long list of friends whose problems I came to know without ever hearing their voice on the other end of the line. I could tell through our thin walls that Sidra was an emotional support system to many, telling one friend to find a job where she was valued by her boss, and another that she could sleep on her couch for as long as she needed after a bad fight with her husband. What I admired the most about Sidra was her hearty, carefree laugh. She'd watch generic comedies with the volume turned abnormally loud, and even still I could hear her laugh over the television. How strange, I thought, because I've never laughed alone, and I still haven't to this day. I realized through Sidra that I had always believed laughter to serve a purely social function when decorum necessitated it. Here was a specimen whose behavior challenged that belief. Was there something emotionally missing in me that I did not laugh alone? Or, conversely, did Sidra possess a little something extra that allowed her to tap into a more fully realized human experience? I think she watched Talladega Nights 4 times while we shared our thin wall and always laughed at the same moments. She alone laughed, and I alone listened. Before our lives intersected in a more significant way, Sidra and I spoke but once, and it was to ask me, believe it or not, if I could do something about the noise of my rock tumbler. She was extremely pleasant and cordial in her complaint. "What's that weird sound I hear sometimes?" she asked, as our paths crossed in the stairwell. Oh, I said. That's probably my rock tumbler." "Rock tumbler? What's that?" "It's a barrel-shaped device that tumbles rocks and polishes them," I explained. "I like collecting rocks," I tacked on when I saw my explanation was insufficient. I'll concede her that even though I knew my tumbler to be fairly noisy, I'd decided that between our thin wall and Sidra's loud, carefree ways, we'd come to an unspoken agreement that some noise disturbances were permissible. "That's so cool," said Sidra. "Could you just not tumble after 10 p.m., or on Sundays?" I was a bit taken aback, our unspoken agreements nullified. I thought to negotiate and say, "Sure, if you'll refrain from trashy comedies during the same hours and agree to never watch Talladega Nights again." But all I said was, "Of course," with a smile. Sidra was too pleasant for me to combat, and I didn't want to rattle the emotional support system of so many. "Thanks," she smiled back. "I'd love to see your rock collection sometime," she added. "I like rocks too." After our first encounter, I refrained from tumbling during the agreed-upon hours, and Sidra started dating Kevin. The generic comedies no longer leaked through our porous wall, but the sounds of their sex did. After hearing a good amount of sex, I became disappointed in Sidra. Not because she wouldn't have me or some such fantasy, but because my fantasies really did not hold her in high regard, and my first time laying eyes on Kevin challenged my preconceived notions of her insightful, sensitive nature. Kevin looked like a burnout to me, a recognizable type around Reno. Long hair, sleepless eyes, a real scoundrel. I still smiled at Sidra when we passed in the hall of the complex, but did not appreciate Kevin's arrogant, lewd smirk. I did not envy Kevin. I only pitied Sidra. She never did see my rock collection. One fall day, strangely, I heard tears through our shared thin wall. It was Sidra, of course, bawling. I could hear bits and pieces of her railing against Kevin to whomever was on the other end of the phone line. I listened intently, as was my low, lonely nature. It was difficult to parse her words, not because of the walls, but because of her crying. I recalled that Kevin hadn't been by in some 72-odd hours. I discerned through my eavesdropping that Kevin had had an affair with one of Sidra's friends. It wasn't my intent to run into Sidra in the hall, but I did, and could tell that she'd been drinking. Her breath smelled of sweet bourbon, her beautiful eyes glistening with still drying tears. I asked if she needed someone to talk to, and she said she did. Inside of her apartment, she railed against Kevin. I listened dutifully until she realized how long she'd been going on. In her sensitive, inquisitive manner, which I'd heard so many times through the wall, she began asking questions about me. I told her about my work as an administrative assistant for Washoe County Buildings Permit Office.
Rocks, that's right, said Sidra. You used to tumble them, right?
Yes, that's right, I told her, realizing she hardly remembered asking me to withhold from doing so. It was through her drunken inquisitiveness that I began to divulge more of my hobby, venturing into the surrounding countryside in search of potential gemstones and other rare rocks.
That's so cool,
she told me, and her words warmed my heart. I'm going to Dead Camel Mountains this weekend, I said, looking for Jasper, if you'd like to come along. Sidra said she'd like that. A date was arranged. As prone as I was to fantasizing, I never thought she'd show. 6:30 a.m. on a Saturday. Even my low, lonely self sensed it was the booze and not her talking about how interesting I was and how cool it was that I had a hobby or something I was passionate about. Not like Kevin. Even less than her showing up did I expect her showing up with Kevin. Yet there the two of them were, 6:30 a.m. on a Saturday in the apartment complex parking lot, waiting for me by my Jeep. Kevin had a look like I was his prison warden prodding him with a stick. Sidra had a conspiratorial look, as if this was Kevin's punishment. I had no idea what the future would hold, but I knew it would be strange. We spoke little during the hour-and-a-half drive to the mountains. In a voice I found to be unexpectedly high-pitched and whiny given its timbre throughout the walls, Kevin asked me questions about rock hunting and what exactly it was he was about to undertake. I explained the outing simply enough, but as he prodded, I felt compelled to divulge the truth of the matter, that I loved rocks for both their physical and supernatural properties, that I read plenty of their scientific classifications, but read just as much on their ritual uses and healing powers. Kevin's eyes narrowed at that. Sidra appeared nonplussed.
You mean you're one of those dudes who believes rocks bring good luck?
Kevin asked. I'm a pagan, I told him.
You believe in the devil?
He asked. As a manifestation of the trappings of the ego, of course I believe in the devil, I remarked. Many religions have such manifestations. Kevin seemed annoyed by my answer.
But you worship him?
No, I said. I worship Gaia, if you must know. Sidra's eyes were closed, but I could not tell if she was sleeping or pretending to sleep. We drove the remainder of the way to the Dead Camel Mountains in silence. I took the all-wheel drive dirt road Jeep into the heart of the austere mountains. There were plenty of rocks to scramble about, search, pick over, and pluck. But as a somewhat superstitious person, I always preferred driving as far away from the most easily accessible point as possible.
When do we pull over?
Sidra spoke for the first time in a half an hour. Here, I said with a smile. I cut the engine. The three of us exited my Jeep.
Now what?
Said Kevin. We walk to our heart's content, I said. I began ambling forward into the brush, alone. Sidra and Kevin were welcome to follow, but didn't. They stood behind me and stared.
It's kind of beautiful,
Sidra said.
Meh,
said Kevin. Finally, Sidra and Kevin began walking, but at a 15-degree angle from my trajectory, off on their own rock-hunting journey. I glanced over and saw that while Sidra scanned the ground absent-mindedly, Kevin did not look at all. Fool, I thought. Why was he here? I sensed certainly enough that I was some pawn in a grander game. The two of them continued on their track, speaking to one another, but too far off to understand. In the quietness of the dead Camel Mountains, where the presidents of the Confederate States' beasts of burden walked their final death march, the indiscernible chatter of the fraught couple was all that could be heard. I found some nice stones in my solitary trot. As Sidra and Kevin could no longer be heard or seen, I almost forgot that they'd even joined me on my field trip. Such was my nature, utterly consumed by my simple pleasures, so much so that I was liable to forget where I was. When the time came to haul my nice slab of jasper back into the Jeep, I scanned the horizon for the couple. They were nowhere to be seen. At first I thought little of it. Perhaps they were fornicating out somewhere in the desert, I figured. I imagined their sex sounds echoing across my precious place of solitude, desecrating it, and it infuriated me. That is, until they were still nowhere to be seen or heard some 30 minutes later, and I began to grow nervous. Had Sidra stepped on a rattlesnake? Had Kevin broken his ankle? Had one of them killed the other? Perhaps that was the sole purpose of their joining me to the dead Camel Mountains. Was I next? At long last, I walked after them, at their 15-degree angle in pursuit of them, on something of a rescue mission. I was befuddled, vacillating between annoyance and nervousness. I glanced down the long length of the snaking arroyo to the right and to the left, and saw nothing. Then, rising up the other side of the wash, I heard laughter. Nervousness switched back to annoyance. So, they were having sex. Yet upon rising above the lip of the wash, I saw something strange on the horizon, the source of the laughter. A square, white structure, an indiscriminate edifice rising above the red earth, splashing against the blue horizon. I walked towards the white edifice, and their voices grew louder as I approached. If it weren't for their chatter, I would have thought it was a mirage. Upon drawing closer still, I saw that the white edifice was small, perhaps the size of my apartment's living room, with adobe-like walls painted a flat, unassuming white. It looked fairly permanent, oddly so. After observing it for a moment, listening to the chatter within, I entered. Inside, the first thing I felt was cold. A chill swept over me, like entering the interior of a cold storage. I found Sidra and Kevin seated at a small countertop, and an unrecognizable man standing beyond the bar. I glanced at the humans and the interior. Unlike the rough-hew walls, the design within was slick and modern with Japanese flourishes. Indeed, as I glanced about, I came to understand that I was in a sushi restaurant. The man behind the counter I took to be the chef or proprietor of the establishment. He nodded at me, and I nodded back. Sidra and Kevin, it seemed, were in much better spirits. Sidra, I found, was enjoying sushi, whereas Kevin was drinking an asahi. "Come, join us," said Sidra. I reluctantly pulled up a chair at her insistence. "Trip's offering an omasake menu," said Sidra. Trip, I gathered, was the gentleman behind the bar, the chef, as I presumed. I was soon after educated on the nature of an omasake menu, one prepared for a sushi counter, offering one fish at a time, curated by the chef for the occasion. I politely declined. "It's free," said Sidra. The money wasn't the issue. Call me uncultured, but I don't like sushi. No, I've never had it, nor do I intend to. I've always been a picky eater, unappreciative of culinary adventure. I want frozen meals, American food. I do like Chinese and Thai, but it's about as much adventure as I need. But I try not to be too vocal about my unsophisticated taste. I try to keep it to myself, like most things. I'll talk your ear off about rocks if you want, but not food. Sidra chided me when I tried to say no thanks as politely as possible. Perhaps she saw my disgusted look when I glanced down at the raw fish on her plate.
You're only a couple of courses behind me, Sam. You can catch up.
Still, I declined with tact. I enjoyed watching Sidra enjoy herself. That was enjoyable enough. She seemed happy for the first time in a while. She couldn't stop talking about how crazy it was, stumbling upon a sushi pop-up in the middle of nowhere. Crazy, I agreed. I asked Kevin why he wasn't joining in the menu and only drinking beer.
I don't eat landlocked sushi,
Kevin remarked firmly and bluntly, as if it were his creed. Landlocked sushi, I repeated, beckoning further explanation.
Sushi that isn't being served next to the ocean, where the fish come from.
That was the first Tripp seemed to emote. He bristled at Kevin's remark and told him everything served at the Galactic Sushi pop-up was absolutely fresh.
This fish was caught yesterday,
said Tripp pointedly. While I had no stake in Kevin's landlocked sushi rule, I did think it improbable that the fish could have been caught the day prior and shipped straight to this roadless outpost in the Nevada Badlands, this hellish place where the last of the American feral camels once stumbled to its death. Fresh sushi in such an ungodly wasteland seemed far-fetched. I don't remember the courses, or what exactly they consisted of. It all looked pretty standard fare as far as sushi goes. Little squares of raw fish positioned neatly at the heart of a small plate, without much decoration or flair. I remember thinking there was a certain beauty in the dish's simplicity, like the stark quality of the edifice's walls. Tripp would place one down before Sidra, and while Sidra prodded at the small pieces of raw fish with her chopsticks, Tripp would go on preparing the next dish. Tripp certainly had a professional quality about him. He was grave and laser-focused in his preparations. He didn't rise much to the sounds Sidra made as she ate. Mms and oh wows punctuating the deliciousness of a particular bite.
You're missing out,
Sidra would tell me. I believe Kevin drank 2 or 3 Asahis over the course of Sidra's meal. How is it that you get this place out here? I heard myself ask.
We have a team,
Tripp said cryptically. A team? I echoed.
We choose a location, and then we spend weeks strategizing on how we will stage a successful pop-up that offers a unique culinary experience.
How long have you been here? I asked.
This is our first day at the Dead Camel location.
How'd you get the walls of this place out here without a road?
A magician never reveals his secrets,
said Tripp, flashing a toothy smile as he sliced tuna or some such fish. How many guests have you had so far? I asked. Sidra shot me a peculiar glare, and I recognized I had perhaps asked one too many questions. My question hung in the air. Kevin didn't seem to object. What's with all the questions? Sidra asked me. I think it's a normal question, I said. When you open a pop-up sushi restaurant in the middle of nowhere, someone might be curious how many people stop in.
You're our first guests,
Tripp finally said.
Usually what happens is someone will post to social media, and then word will spread, and our devoted fan base will flock from far and wide.
That's so, said Kevin, with an air of dubiousness. Apparently, he was feeling similar to how I was.
I'm gonna have a smoke,
he added, and stepped outside. And if we don't go home and post about it on our social media, and your fan base never finds your location, then what?
Then we pack up shop and fly home.
You fly home?
Yes, said Tripp. We fly home.
I glanced around the place, at the strange modern decor, at the endless rough country visible through the window. "And where's home?" "Well, if you're with Galactic Sushi for long enough, home is somewhat of a subjective thing." I didn't know what to make of that. It seemed to make sense to Sidra, and Trip didn't seem to feel like he owed any further clarification. "Your last dish," said Trip, setting a plate down across from Sidra on the counter. Again, I can't recall what exactly it was, except that it was caviar, fish eggs of some variety. They were jet black, I do remember that, stacked on top a little dollop of white rice. Sidra ate the final dish in one bite. Trip and I both watched. She closed her eyes. She said. Her eyes opened. "Wow." She put her hands together in a prayer pose and gave Trip a little bow. Trip bowed back and smiled slightly. I could smell Kevin's cigarette smoke wafting through the open window, suspending curiously in the chilled air. We said our pleasantries. Sidra said she'd most definitely be posting her experience to social media, and don't be surprised if the fans start flocking. Trip stood at the threshold of his little hut as the three of us made our trek back to my Jeep, roughly a half-mile hike back to what was the only drivable access for miles. I said nothing, as is my nature.
"That was really cool," said Sidra.
"Really crazy,"
said Kevin.
"I can't believe you said that thing about Landlocked Sushi," she said.
"I was just being honest,"
said Kevin.
"Honest,"
Sidra guffawed, but before any double meaning could be addressed, Sidra turned to me.
"And what was with the Inquisition?"
she asked. "I was just curious," I said. "Did it come off as Inquisition?"
"Kinda," said Sidra. "It was a free meal from an amazing chef. What else is there to know?"
For a moment, I felt sorry for Trip, for having dodged him with subtly suspicious questions. Here he was, stuck in this lonely place. I stumbled across a nice rock en route to the Jeep and carried it with me. Sidra and Kevin said nothing of it. I drove us home, the three of us seated in silence. Sidra appeared contemplative. Kevin appeared tired and bored. I could not get the image of Trip's Galactic Sushi pop up out of my head, that strange white edifice sitting on the bleak horizon. Sounds of Sidra and Kevin's sex began to bleed through the thin wall again in the days that followed. I did not get a good glance at either of them during that stretch of time immediately following our excursion into the Dead Camel Mountains. It seemed Sidra had forgiven him. I cleaned and prepared my slab of dead camel jasper and was delighted with its exquisite beauty. As I cut it delicately, the quintessential mixture of colors was revealed. Pinks, reds, yellows, whites. Equally characteristic was the rock's leafy, inkblot-like pattern, stretching across the course of the slab in a Rorschach test of Mother Nature. I hoped the rock would bring me good fortune. Though I do not hold it against the rock, no good fortune came. Roughly 5 days after our journey into the mountains came Sidra's moans. They were not sexual, these moans. They denoted pain. I heard nothing of Kevin. When the moans persisted, I wondered if Kevin might have the capacity to hurt Sidra. My concern for her that night was put to rest when I heard her on the phone with her mother, complaining of abdominal pains. Food poisoning, I heard her guess. It might strike you as inconceivable, but Trip's Galactic Sushi pop-up did not cross my mind at that moment. Too much time had passed for that to be the culprit. That night, I was awoken by screams. Sidra's painful screams. I rose from bed and knocked gently at her door. she did not answer. I looked to the parking lot and saw no sign of Kevin's car. I eventually gave up and returned to bed, listening to Sidra. The intensity of her cries followed a sort of bell curve, growing in volume into the wee hours, reaching a crescendo, and then slowly dissipating. I tried knocking a second time while they reached that crescendo, but she simply wouldn't answer. "Sidra?" I called to the locked door of her apartment. I imagined her confined to the toilet, plagued by food poisoning, and perhaps not wanting to have anything to do with me while she underwent this ordeal. I hardly slept that night, as you can imagine, but I did eventually drift off in the wake of Sidra's screams. I was awoken at noon by another scream, but it was not Sidra who awoke me from the other side of our thin shared wall. It was a mannish scream, horrific. It was Kevin. I rushed out of my room as fast as I could and found Kevin stumbling into the hallway almost in sync with my exit. He appeared colorless, almost green, eyes wide with fear and mouth ajar in shock. I knew something terrible had happened. "Kevin," I said. And then Kevin began to retch, dry heaving, but incapable of protruding anything material. I looked towards the now open doorway to Sidra's apartment. "Is she?" was all I was able to say, my voice trailing off. Kevin did not answer me. He finally got his balance and called 911. I heard him tell the operator that Sidra was dead. My gaze remained fixed on the open door, but I did not enter. I stumbled back and grasped hold of the handrail to keep me from falling. Oh, Sidra, I thought. I wished I'd done something. The police came, as well as firefighters. They spoke with me and Kevin separately. I told them what I had heard that night, and the first responders nodded their heads as if this was all common. They told me they were sorry when I claimed Sidra was a friend. I do not know if she would have considered me such, but it felt right. I wanted to cry, but I didn't. The coroner van arrived by 4 and was gone by 6. By then, Kevin was trembling in the parking lot, chain-smoking. I thought about speaking with him, but didn't. I merely returned to my apartment, alone. After Sidra's death, there was a modicum of commotion on the other side of our apartment's shared wall. Sidra's mother arrived and took stock of her habitation, crying all the while. It was god-awful to listen to. It wasn't until I took a long, hard look at my dead Camel Jasper that I began thinking of Trip and his landlocked Sushi. I paid a visit to the police and told them everything I could recall about the strange encounter. They asked questions, and I answered. They wanted to know what I could tell them about Trip's appearance, about the pop-up sushi restaurant he was running in the middle of the Dead Camel Mountains. Was he Japanese? No, I told them. Trip was blonde and gray-eyed, with a difficult-to-place accent. I told the police about how he said home was a subjective concept. They wrote something down in their notes. I wondered what. Had they written home is a subjective concept? Again, I was surprised by the quotidian air with which they questioned my report. These were Reno police, I thought. They must have seen it all. But as the days passed, I began to think perhaps they merely thought I was a delusional nut, rambling about something that would never be interrogated farther once I left their headquarters. And so I sought out Kevin to see what he thought of this nightmare. I got Kevin's number from Sidra's mother. I called Kevin, and we arranged to meet at a Starbucks. Over tea, we discussed all that had transpired. Kevin had a lost look about him, depressed, perhaps. But as he shared what he knew, I was elucidated to another layer of his shaken stare. As Kevin explained, internal bleeding had been ruled the cause of death. Beyond that, all that was known was that upon performing the autopsy, the coroner discovered a large swath of Sidra's insides were missing. Missing. Gone. Her insides. Her stomach, some of her intestines, her guts. Christ, I said. Christ had nothing to do with this, said Kevin, with his usual matter-of-factness. But how? I said. Kevin said nothing. The caviar, I muttered. The what? Asked Kevin. It was my turn to explain, to tell him all that I had been thinking. The fish eggs, the final dish, I said. Trip's galactic sushi pop-up. It was the last course of the omakase menu. I told the police about the sushi, but they didn't take me seriously. We need to go back to them. And say what? That whatever happens to Citra, Trip might know something. Like what hatched inside her stomach and ate her from the inside out? Is that your idea? That was exactly my idea. I can't tell you why, but looking deep into my polished, dead Camel Jasper, I had meditated on all that had transpired, and this notion arose in my consciousness without precedent. The idea was simply there. Those fish eggs. Jasper prodded me to do something. What else could have done this? Was all I said to Kevin. Kevin shook his head. He lit a cigarette. I warned her against Landlocked Sushi, said Kevin. We went our separate ways. I couldn't stand sharing a wall with Sidra's vacant apartments after what happened. I made preparations to return to Truckee, to live with my grandmother. But before I left Reno, I made one last trip to the Dead Camel Mountains. I wanted to see the place again where we encountered the galactic sushi pop-up. I needed to see it. I drove over to my Jeep to the exact location where I once ventured with Sidra and Kevin. I parked and hiked the half-mile down the arroyo and up again. On the horizon, it quickly became obvious that the edifice was no longer there. There was no aberration to the blue horizon now, only the long stretch of barren country. I marched swiftly to the place where I felt the pop-up sushi restaurant had been. And I found it. I know I did. Because at the place where the edifice once stood, there was now a large area of blackened rock. I swept the rock with my finger and found it to be soot, like that of an exhaust pipe. The precise surface area of where the pop-up had once stood was now coated in it. The missing shack, the rock stained with soot. It made sense to me then. I don't care what anyone says. The pop-up sushi restaurant and its restaurateur were not of this world. I will never be convinced otherwise. I know what I saw. My theory. It starts and ends with fish eggs. There is nothing more I can say on the matter. I live at home with my grandmother now. Less lonely, but still low. My walls are less porous. I hear none of my neighbors, and perhaps I should be glad. There is no one to complain of my tumbling rocks. My grandmother has poor hearing, you see. As for the dead Camel Jasper I found that day, it is still in my possession. I keep it in a place of prominence, so that I will not forget. In the 70s, the United States started the war on drugs. What a joke that was. To this day, our government is still trying to wage war on the people bringing in illegal substances into our country. Right now, they are fighting a losing battle, as states are passing legalization for marijuana, and it is only a matter of time until it goes legal for all of the US. Some men got rich off the drug trade, either legally with prescription meds or illegally, like myself. To find out more about an entrepreneur such as myself, we have to go back to growing up in the great state of Maryland. My love of aircrafts started when I was young, and my father took me to my first air show. Seeing all the planes, both military and civilian, thrilled me, and while other kids fancied being a superhero or an astronaut, my love for flying only grew with the years. My mission in life was to get good grades and apply myself and spend every weekend with my father as he shared his love of flying with me. He was an instructor and knew how to fly anything with wings, from props to jets and everything in between. My fondest memory was my first flight with him, when I was around 5, as he took me up in a glider towed by a friend of his. The sensation of flying without an engine or any other noise other than the wind whistling over the cockpit was exhilarating. Fresh out of high school, I decided to go into the Coast Guard, and with my prior experience, I was assigned to search and rescue, or SAR. Utilizing a variety of aircrafts from fixing wing prop planes to helicopters, we would go out to rescue fishing vessels in stormy seas. This all happened during the late 70s, as my skills were tested in a variety of environments. From calm and sunny skies to flying during a hailstorm, my piloting skills were pushed to their limits. After getting off of a very wet and rainy rescue, as we had to locate some pleasure craft that was stranded at sea, a man was waiting for me inside the hangar. The man was dressed in a white dress shirt, khakis, and wearing a pair of aviator sunglasses, which was odd, as it was night.
I hear you're one of the best pilots in this outfit.
He asked gruffly. Answering his question with a nod, he continued on his spiel, like he was a door-to-door salesman trying to sell me whatever crap he wanted to unload on me.
The US government's looking for a few good pilots to help with allies down south. You'll be well paid for your services, as well as given your own aircraft.
My father used to say if things sound too good to be true, they usually aren't. So, what's the catch? Was my reply.
Well, you might not be exactly welcome down there, so you might get shot at. You ever used a firearm before?
He probably noticed that these words didn't have a good effect on me.
Relax, friend. I've sent a few people down there already, and they've not had any problems.
So, where is this place that you're sending people? Smirking as I said this.
Nicaragua.
His reply came flat. Now, I know what some of you are thinking. This is like that movie that came out a few years ago with Tom Cruise, right? Wrong. First of all, that movie was bogus, and no one gets that rich without certain people knowing about it. Secondly, the main character in the movie might have been a TWA pilot. However, he was also ex-military. That's something that they don't tell you because they felt the need to leave that out. My career started in the late 1980s as they had to get me up to speed on how things were to progress. The idea was to fly low to the ground, land at some nondescript field, drop off cargo, take on more cargo, and make sure that was ejected before landing back in the States. Noticing I'm saying cargo because you don't need to know what it was, but let's just say it wasn't anything legal. Most of the time, there wasn't any problem during my trips, and that was a good thing. One of the weirdest things that was dropped off for these guys was porn magazines. It was just odd to see people go rabid over something that you could buy at the corner store. The first few months of flying cargo went off without a hitch, as everything was progressing fairly well. True to Mr. Sunglass's word, money started rolling in,
and thank God a good friend of mine was working in Wall Street. His name is Sal, and he has to be one of the savviest investors in the markets today, telling me what to buy, where to put my money, etc. People would tell me that this was done for money or the love of my country. However, I did this for one reason only. Because flying was in my blood. And, of course, Mr. Sunglasses was right again, as for the most part, I didn't get shot at. Sure, there were times where guns were pointed at me. However, it was cleared up, as some higher-ups would come along and defuse the situation. One of the higher-ups who befriended me was a man that we will call Jose, as this was the conversation that happens before one of my last runs into South America.
Hola, amigo. ¿Cómo estás?
This greasy official reached out for a handshake, as his strained fatigues strained to hold his bulk. A green cap managed to contain his strands of dirty hair, and to my surprise, his boots had been polished to a mirror sheen. Bien, Jose. So, what do you have for me today? I asked, as he fired off in rapid Spanish as a bunch of soldiers began to unload my plane. Wandering over to a small tent, he pointed to a map of the area.
There's an airfield here as our forces have been under attack by a local tribe. We're only talking half the guns and ammo, and we want you to run there, drop off the guns, and come back home to refuel and take your cargo across the border.
Local tribes? Jose clapped me on the back so hard it pushed me forward.
Relax. These are simple folk who don't understand our plight. We've only sent in 20 men, as we thought there wouldn't be an issue. We had gotten a radio transmission a few hours ago, stating they were under attack, and that's when the line cut out.
What do you mean, cut out? Jose chuckled.
Reception in that part of the region's spotty at best, and they are a local tribe. They only have spears and knives, so you should be fine. Now, hurry along. The quicker you get there, the quicker you can come back here and drop off your next load.
He turned away from me to bark orders at his soldiers as they scattered like cockroaches when the lights came on. Climbing back into my plane, I sorted through the guns that were available as there was an assortment of handguns, assault rifles, and a few shotguns. Picking out a well-used M1 911 that had seen its share of combat as well as an FN fall that looked just as used, I set out towards the remote airstrip. The sun was starting to set, and a prayer was uttered to whomever was listening that the strip would have been lit. Fortunately for me, there was a set of lights illuminating the runway, but it looked like a rectangle of light flanked on all sides by a sea of darkness. Managing to land on that strip was nothing short of a miracle, and this was the reason I only flew day missions. My Piper PA-30 twin Comanche rolled to a stop almost at the end of our runway, and there was a camp set up at the end of the runway. Trusting my guts and turning the plane around would aid me if everything went tits up. Leaving the engines running might have been a rookie mistake. However, I would rather deal with that than get shot at by some trigger-happy guerrillas. Tucking the 1911 into the waistband of my pants and holding the FN fall, part of me wanted to chuckle as this felt like being in my own action movie. A few campfires illuminated the surrounding area, pushing back the darkness all the while to the tree line. Past that, there was a void that no light could escape, as the thrumming of the engines were the only sound for miles. Approaching the camp with my rifle raised, part of me could hear action music off in the distance. However, when I reached the camp, part of me knew this wouldn't be an action movie. It would be a horror film. The makeshift camp was in shambles, as there was bullet castings, blood, and bodies that seemed to have parts of their bodies shrown off by something razor sharp. Growing up, I had gone and seen horror movies before, and the sight of blood, even my own, never really sickened me. However, that was never on the same scale as this carnage, as my earlier meals came back up to spatter on the blood-soaked earth. My rifle trembled in my hands as I walked through this carnage to see if anything had survived the attack. Nothing had.
Hola, estás aquí? My voice echoed through the jungle. However, the only thing that replied were the nightly sounds. The only tribe for miles around were the Métis tribes, who to my knowledge kept themselves hidden from the outside world. Exploring the cave revealed more bodies and ruined equipment, as the shortwave radio was smashed. No, not smashed. There were 3 marks gouged deep into the metal, like something clawed at this. This was starting to scare me even more as I ran from the tent back to my plane. However, halfway between the plane and the camp, for whatever reason, I looked back. To this day, I regret doing so. In one of the trees that bordered the camp, crouched high and looking as if to strike, was a jaguar. Its features were barely illuminated as the shadows obscured some of the details as it leapt down. Once it hit the ground, the firelights gave more details to the creature. The muscles could be made out under its spotted pelt as its eyes seemed to bore into my soul. What happened next was something out of a nightmare, as this beast stood on its own 2 legs. This creature looked like the offspring between a human and a jaguar, as each of its arms ended in hand with 4 fingers. Its tail reared up behind it, and clutched in the tip of it was a knife that belonged to one of the soldiers. The jaguar hissed like an angry teapot as it bellowed in a deep roar 2 words that seemed to ring in my ears.
Go. Now.
Dropping my rifle, I sprinted back to my aircraft, looking over my shoulder to see the creature standing there. However, there were a few more shapes emerging from the jungle, as well as more than a dozen pairs of eyes staring back at me from the darkness. Clambering back into my plane and pushing the throttle all the way back, I managed to pull up before hitting the end of the runway. An hour or so later, I touched down back at Jose's airfield, as the plane taxied to a stop, as a group of soldiers came up to greet me. Stepping out of the plane in a daze, Jose looked at me with a mixture of fear and concern.
What happened? What of the camp?
Dead, was the only thing I managed to croak before passing out. A few hours later, I woke up in one of the tents as Jose smiled and offered me some breakfast.
Welcome back to the land of the living. You gave us a bit of a scare.
Rubbing the back of my head, I sat up and took the offered tray. Jose sat silent for a few moments, watching me devour some huevos rancheros.
So, what happened last night?
Jose looked at me, concerned. At first I was going to tell him what happened. However, if I did that, he would probably have me committed to some South American mental ward, where my last days on Earth would be hell. The story I told him was simple. The Métis tribe snuck up on camp and killed everyone in it. Rubbing his chin covered in stubble, he nodded as he wrote off that part of the operation as a total loss. Turning to leave, he told me to get some rest, as the cargo would be ready in a few hours.
Jose, one more thing.
My muffled reply came around a forkful of eggs.
Yeah. No more night flights. It's too risky.
He thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement.
Sure. Get some rest, and we'll come get you when the plane's loaded.
Still reeling from the horror show that was the past 12 hours, my mind refused me any rest. Any time that I even came close to drifting off, images of death, dismemberment, and those jaguars haunted my dreams. As my plane was ready to head home, I asked one of the soldiers about the Métis tribe.
Jaguars,
he said in broken English.
They hate that name, but that's what we call them.
The rest of the day was spent flying my cargo home,
making the appropriate drop and landing at a nondescript airstrip in some podunk town in the Midwest. Taxis to the hangar, and just like clockwork, Mr. Sunglasses was waiting for me with a padded envelope.
You look like hell.
He saw that I had been without sleep.
Yeah, about that. I'm taking a few days off.
He started to protest, but my 1,000-yard stare silenced him as he nodded.
You take as long as you need. Just remember, we need to keep those boys supplied.
My career was cut short a year later, as some DEA prick almost caused me to crash as his wing clipped mine. More than a few acres of corn were sacrificed in my emergency landing. However, I made it out with only a few scrapes and bruises. They tried to run me in for smuggling or whatever else they could come up with. They put me in one of the interrogation rooms, and I was only there for about 10 minutes until one of the officers told me I was free to go. Making my way outside, I saw a familiar face leaning up against one of the cop cars parked on the street. Mr. Sunglasses smirked at me as he fished inside one of his jacket pockets and tossed me a familiar padded envelope.
Here, kid. A little something for Uncle Sam to show his appreciation.
The envelope was twice as thick as previous ones, as he said.
See you around. And don't spend it all in one place.
With this final payment, along with the other payments that were put in a variety of investments, I decided to retire at the ripe age of 38. A piece of property fell in my lap right on the border between Arizona and Nevada. My house was constructed from the ground up that had more than a few rooms, including an armory, indoor gun range, and even a massive shelter. There are two events that have me considering leaving this state and moving thousands of miles away from here. The first is the news, chronicling a variety of sightings of big cats in my general area. Granted that this is the desert, and there's a lot of wildlife around here. However, the second event made me consider abandoning my house and getting as far away from here as possible. Coming home from errands, I noticed some sort of a dead rat on my stoop. This poor creature looks to be split in two by something very sharp. Next to the rat was something that resembled a paw print, dipped in the blood of the dying animal. This paw did not look like any animal I had ever seen before in my life. That is because this paw looked like a four-fingered hand.
Why do we even need the guns? Was the first question I asked as my supervisor went over the protocols. The room is empty, right?
It's just in case anyone tries to enter or leave the room.
He responded coldly. Leave?
Don't worry about it. Just do as you're told, and everything will be fine.
I'd been hired alongside Mark to guard an empty room in a small-town storage facility. To the best of my knowledge, it had just appeared one day out of nowhere. Since then, only 3 people had gone inside, all of which died within a minute. During their short visit into the room, a camera had been set up, delivering a constant live feed through which we could observe the room. Though nothing had ever been seen within, an eerie aura surrounded the place. The walls were made from an unidentified metal, and the door didn't have any obvious way of opening. It either opened when touched, or remained closed. Either way, our orders were simple. Keep people away from it. 24 hours a day, each day of the year, the room was guarded by one of 3 teams. While the job was exceptionally boring, it paid enough to keep us from asking too many questions. We were only to contact the team leader, Dr. Henderson, if any activity was recorded within the room, be it actual movements or just sounds heard through the door. Other than that, we were left to our own devices, which meant we could mostly slack around and talk. Every now and then, we'd hear faint sounds coming from behind the door. To me, it sounded like a distorted music box playing an old tune. It was one I remembered my mother listening to as I grew up. Beyond that, I could hear someone sob quietly. The familiar yet distant sound of an old woman crying. Mark, on the other hand, swore up and down it was a young boy laughing. Though he couldn't name the boy, he too said it felt eerily familiar. Still, the cameras showed nothing. We just contacted the team leader as commanded, who always seemed utterly uninterested during his visits.
Sounds again?
He asked. Yeah, it's... Mark tried to explain, before getting cut off.
It's not important what you hear, as long as the screen remains empty. Just keep your eyes peeled. Let me know if anything changes.
Years went on like that, and we stood, posted in front of that empty room. The metal door that separated us from unknown horrors remained untouched, and as far as we were concerned, nothing would ever change that. We followed orders, got paid, and that was it. At least, until we heard someone knock from the other side of the door.
Hello. Please, let me out. I don't want to be alone anymore.
The voice of an elderly woman said. It sounded like the same woman I'd heard sobbing over the years. The tune of that music box kept playing in the background. Those two facts really reminded me of my mother, which was an impossible thought, as my mother had died years earlier. Do you hear that? I asked Mark, who seemed transfixed by the sound himself.
Yeah,
he responded, with barely a whisper. I'm calling the doctor. He better hear this, I said, as I redirected my attention towards the empty screen. I picked up the emergency phone and pressed 1. It prompted an alarm that immediately alerted the team leader. We'd already been through the procedure enough times to make it an unimportant event. Still, something was different. Despite the sounds we'd heard over the years, no one had ever knocked on the door.
Oh, God, it can't be,
I heard Mark say in the background. I turned around to find him pale as a sheet. His face was drenched in sweat. As his eyes were fixated on the screen, I took a few steps closer, just to make sure my eyes weren't deceiving us both. There was something inside the room. At first, I couldn't tell exactly what it was. It looked sort of like a deformed chair, as if someone who'd never seen a piece of furniture before had been instructed to put a chair together. On top of it lay a music box. Before we could discuss the thing that had appeared inside the room, Dr. Henderson entered the storage facility wearing a tired expression on his face.
Report,
was all he said as he greeted us. There's something inside the room. I tried to explain before another bout of knocking shut me up. The sound seemed to wake the doctor up a bit, though he still didn't look too concerned. He at least decided to stick around. It wasn't until he got a glimpse of the live feed before he froze dead in his tracks.
No,
he mumbled. With that, the image on the screen got replaced by static. Whatever was in the room had interfered with the feed.
Just let me out. It's so cold in here,
the voice said through the door. I could see the doctor getting more nervous by the second. The blood had drained from his face, and pearls of sweat had formed on his forehead. He picked up his own phone, ready to call for reinforcements. But, just like the live feed, the phone refused to work. "Hey, Doc, what's going on?" I asked. Mark hadn't spoken a word. He just stood there, hypnotized by the static-filled screen in front of him.
You two, stay here. I'm gonna get a cleanup crew."
Our doctor stuttered.
"Don't open the door. Just stay here and make sure nothing gets in or out."
He rushed out of the building as he continuously tried to call for help with the broken phone. Once gone, Mark and I gave each other a quick glance before another knock redirected our attention to the door. "Did you see him?" Mark asked after a moment of silence. Him? What are you talking about?" He nodded.
"It was Alexander. It was my son."
"Your son that went missing 7 years ago?" I asked, confused.
"I need to get him out of there,"
Mark said in a panic. With that, he rushed to the door and tried to figure out how to open it.
"Mark, wait,"
I shouted. He ignored me, and when he couldn't find any feasible way of opening the door, he prepared to kick it in. "Stop it," I ordered, as I pointed my rifle in his direction.
"Please, he's trapped in there,"
Mark pleaded. "It doesn't make any sense, Mark. Your son is dead. How could he possibly be inside that room?" I can't lose him again. I just can't. His words were oddly rid of emotion, as if his words weren't his own. "Mark, you're not yourself. Please, just calm down and let me deal with this." Surprisingly enough, he complied with my demand. Still, I needed to get him safely away from the door. While I didn't have anything to tie him down with, there was a closet around the corner I could lock him inside. "Just take a few steps back and come with me," I said, carefully. He nodded without arguing, and I started to relax. I lowered my rifle ever so slightly and gestured for him to move away from the door. I turned around, and before I could react, he picked up a chair and threw it at my face. One of the legs hit me in the eye, and I immediately fell to the ground. As I lay there in agony, Mark took the opportunity and jumped on me. Then he swiftly hit me over the head with his own rifle. While I was in a haze, Mark tied me to the same chair he'd thrown at me. I didn't even know where he'd gotten a rope from, but I was absolutely stuck.
"Mark, don't do this. The doctor will be here to help any second."
By then, the knocking had turned to hammering, and the pleading voice was screaming to be let out. Mark had tears streaming from his face. I knew we weren't hearing the same sounds, but I needed to get through to him.
"Please," I begged. "Whatever is in there, it is not your son." "Shut up. I need to do this."
He was clearly crying, yet his words carried no emotion. Again, he tried to open the door. That time, he merely had to touch it, before it just swung open. On the other side, it only revealed a pitch-black void of darkness. For a moment, Mark just stared at the emptiness. The music box had stopped playing, and the woman begging to be let out had been silenced.
"I'm so sorry,"
he said, before something violently pulled him into the room. As he vanished, the void seemed to pour out into the rest of the storage facility. All light that had previously occupied my surroundings was eaten up by the ever-expanding darkness. Once it had passed me, I felt the temperature drop to 0, muffling each and every sound in the area. "Mark!" I called out, still stuck to my chair. There I sat, in absolute silence, praying that the doctor would return with reinforcements. I could hardly see 2 feet in front of me, but there was definitely something moving around in the room. Just vague shapes emerging through the door, producing wet footsteps as they walked in my direction. I didn't dare to make a sound. Mark had vanished, and in his place, the air had filled with a sickly, metallic stench. I tried to quietly wiggle myself out from my seat, but Mark had tied me up too well. All I could do was to hold my breath as dozens of silhouettes walked past me, leaving the room. A few minutes passed, and the footsteps settled down. It felt as if the creatures had left the room, but the darkness lingered. Still, it didn't move an inch before I saw the facility filled with flashlights. The doctor came running in with a dozen guards, all brandishing bizarre, heavy weapons. They quickly cleared the room, placing themselves in front of the open door that led into the void that had swallowed Mark.
Oh, God.
A couple of them mumbled. Dr. Henderson was the one to unite me. Dr. Henderson was the one to untie me. My wrists were raw from the struggle, but I was left otherwise unharmed.
What the hell happened here?
He demanded to know.
It was Mark. He went into the room.
With that, my boss rushed to peek inside. I followed shortly behind him. The weapons the guards held weren't typical ballistic rifles. Instead, they shot out powerful blue beams that penetrated the void, causing the darkness to retreat to the corners. Finally, he could get a glimpse of what had actually happened inside. There lay 100 pieces of broken flesh strewn not only across the floor, but the walls and the ceiling. They defied gravity and simply covered every available surface with bloody chunks of meat. That, mixed with the clothes fragments, made it easy enough to identify the mangled corpse. It was Mark. Then I noticed something that immediately caused me to puke onto the floor. I saw a chunk of flesh containing an eye. Though it was absolutely impossible, the eye darted around the room in panic. It blinked. It even responded to light. It was alive. Another chunk contained part of his mouth. It moved around in strange directions as if trying to scream, but being unable to. Then we saw a piece of his heart, still contracting pointlessly, and muscle fibers hopelessly trying to move limbs that weren't there anymore.
"Seal the room, now,"
the doctor ordered.
"But he's alive,"
I said, still not believing it.
"He made a choice to go inside. Do you want to suffer the same fate?"
The guards closed the door without speaking a word and started putting plates of metal over it. A part of me wondered why they hadn't done that from the get-go, but I couldn't bring myself to ask any questions.
"Did anything leave the room?"
my boss asked. I just nodded.
"Did they touch you?"
No. The crew set up a perimeter with guards and cameras facing the door, but I feared the damage had already been done. Whatever existed inside that room had been far beyond the rules of our own reality. And now, they were free.
"What are we going to do now?"
I finally got the guts to ask.
"We're going to have to kill everyone in this town,"
I have kept this story hidden inside me since it happened. Myself and the people involved, we have never told anyone about this experience. We promised each other we wouldn't tell our parents for fear of getting in trouble. Also, we were certain no one would believe us. I grew up in the Midwest, and I don't know if anyone outside of the Midwest knows this, but there's a lot of haunted old homes, buildings, etc. Just look at some of those investigation shows, such as Ghostbusters and the like. The town I lived in was surrounded by farming land, especially cornfields. It was a really small town, and you'd always see a lot of abandoned, crumbled-apart houses, barns, and other such things. I grew up in a family that absolutely loved horror movies. I learned quickly that I had not to be scared of them, and remembered, it's just a movie, it's fake. By the time I was around 8 or 9 years old, I was desensitized and could handle them. That's what happens when your mom has you watching horror movies since you were a toddler, I guess. Growing up, all my friends knew this about my family. My mother used to let us have small get-togethers with friends every Halloween. We would watch scary movies and things after coming back from trick-or-treating every year. And without fail, she'd do some secret prank that terrified all of us. I grew up very interested in the paranormal and things that couldn't be explained, partially because of the things I've seen that I cannot explain. But I wasn't stupid. My mother taught my sisters and I to never touch a Ouija board and to never try to communicate with anything, that it was too dangerous. When I was 16, a couple of my friends invited me to hang out with them, with no context of what we were doing. They picked me up and we took off, driving into the countryside. We drove for almost an hour, and then they suddenly pulled off to the side of the road. Confused, I looked around. Why are we stopping? Someone have to pee? They laughed, unbuckling their seatbelts.
No, we're here.
I looked around, seeing we were surrounded by cornfields. I said, staring at them, waiting for them to say that they were joking.
Don't worry, just get out and follow us.
Are you about to kill me and bury me in a cornfield? I half joked.
You're crazy.
They laughed.
No, we wanted you to come somewhere with us.
Okay, I said, warily. They led me through the cornfield that had previously grown corn but had already been harvested for the season. I could think of a handful of horror movies that warned me not to go walking around in the middle of nowhere. My friends kept leading me along until we reached the tree line. Guys, this isn't funny. Where are we going?
Don't worry, it should be right here.
They pointed a few 100 feet away. Surrounded by overgrown grass and trees lay a decrepit old farmhouse.
What is that?
I said to them. They smiled eagerly.
We heard this house is like super haunted. And we know you aren't scared of horror movies or creepy stuff, so we thought you wouldn't be scared to go in with us.
You expect me to go in there? That place that looks like it'll fall down if you breathe on it? You're crazy. I'm not gonna die in the middle of nowhere in a haunted barn. Take me home, or I'm gonna call my dad.
Oh, come on. Please? Everyone else is too chicken to go in. Yeah, I thought you're known for not being scared of stuff. You scared to go in?
That thing is a safety hazard. It's not stable. What if we step in and fall through the floor or something? I'm not dying today. My friends whined, begging me to go in with them. You guys, it seriously doesn't look safe to walk in there. It's so old and worn down, we could get injured. And there's no one around to help us if we get trapped in there. Okay, so what if we just, open the door and look in? And not go in? Would that be okay? You're not gonna go inside. We'll just take a peek. I sighed. 5 minutes, and then I'm going back to the car, with or without you guys. And I'll wait there and call my dad if I have to. Yeah, just 5 minutes. Begrudgingly, I walked with them towards the house. There was a heavy feeling in my chest, sinking down into my stomach. I may have been able to handle horror movies, but that's just a video on a TV. It's not real. They excitedly pulled on the front door, which was shaky and unstable. I stood back behind them, having no interest in looking inside. Okay, just take a peek inside for a few minutes, and then we're leaving. Don't... Before I could even finish my sentence, they ran inside. Are you kidding me? Get back out here. It's not safe. Just when I was about to take a step towards the door, it felt like the air was punched out of me. Something wasn't right. They giggled, walking around the first floor as the floorboards creaked beneath them. You guys, I gasped out. Get out of there. This doesn't feel right. Something isn't right about this place. I stood at the doorway, holding my hand against the old, worn-out door for balance so I wouldn't fall over. I looked around the darkness inside. Only small streams of the sunlight leaking in through broken, worn-out panels nailed to what used to be a window, and the sunlight pouring in through the open doorway I was standing in. My friends had disappeared from my side, their voices sounding more distant. I tried to look around and saw there was a doorway with an open door. No way I'm going in this house. Guys, I called out again. Please, get out. It's not safe to be in there. I heard their distant voices talking about something I couldn't make out. Suddenly, there was this horrible smell. The smell was so strong and so awful that my eyes started to water as I had to cover my nose. It smelled like rotten, decaying meat, sitting out in the hot sun. I looked around the inside of this old house from what I could see in the doorway. A lot of it was bare. The only furniture inside were a few old, broken-apart wooden chairs. The place had become a bit overgrown, reclaimed by nature. There was broken wood, glass, and other things scattered about. There was a staircase in the far-off corner in the back of the house. I could still hear my friends talking from the other room. Guys, come on. Get out of the house. I'm not coming in after you. All of a sudden, it got quiet. I heard the door to the room they were in slam shut. Guys, what are you doing? This isn't funny. I'm not going inside. I heard a sound coming from up above. I stepped back, away from the house. I heard my friends scream suddenly and call me for help. I stood, frozen, watching, waiting to see my friends run out, laughing, telling me that they were pranking me. As I stood there, peering in, I saw something. Something hiding in the darkness at the top of the stairs. I backed up, getting farther from the house. No, I said, watching as the dark figure descended down the staircase, ever so slowly. I could hear the unstable staircase creaking and groaning with each step it took. Even with daylight shining around me, it was so dark inside this house. I couldn't see what it was. The figure was just a shadow. But I knew one thing. Whatever it was, I didn't want it near me. I screamed out to my friends, trying to warn them. "Get out of the house! Something's in there!" Their screams hadn't stopped. Suddenly, I heard the sound of wood cracking. I couldn't hear my friends screaming anymore. Before I could panic, my friends ran at me from the side of the house. How did they get out? They were trying to catch their breath when they looked inside the open door. The shadowy figure was standing at the bottom of the steps now, staring at the three of us. "What the hell is that?" one of my friends screamed out. Suddenly, we heard a disgusting, guttural sound. I sprang into action, slamming the door. "Run," I said, taking off running back in the direction of the road. Thank God that the season was done and the fields were cleared. If I had had to run through a full cornfield to escape that shadow. We made it to the car and climbed inside, locking the doors immediately. We were all breathing heavily, trying to catch our breath. We took off in the car, racing off down the road. Once we had gotten far enough away, I looked at my friends. There was blood on their clothes. First off, why the hell did you guys not listen to me and just run in there? Secondly, why is there blood on you? We messed up, okay? We should have listened to you. What the hell happened in there? Why did you shut the door? We didn't shut it. It shut by itself. What about the blood? They were both shaking. We were looking around the room. There were these weird symbols and drawings all over the wall. Then we heard something above us. Sounded like someone was up there, moving around. So we were about to leave the room and come back out to you when the door slammed in our faces. We tried to open it, but it wouldn't open. While we were pushing on it, something was dripping on us from the ceiling. The ceiling was leaking blood. That's when we started screaming, and I stared at them in shock. The door wouldn't open, but there was an old window boarded up. So I grabbed some of the broken pieces of wood around to break it through. And we crawled out. I told you not to go in there, was all I could get out. My friend in the passenger seat looked back at me. What was that thing? I didn't know what to say. I had no idea what it was. I had no idea what they saw in that room. This is why you don't go into creepy, old, disgusting buildings for fun. I screamed at them, tears pouring down my face. We're sorry. We just thought it was some old building. We didn't think anything would happen. That's how all the horror movies start out, you idiots. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes before exploding again. Don't you ever try to bring me to some abandoned, creepy place in the middle of the woods ever again. After a while of driving in silence, my friend who was driving the car spoke up in a quiet voice. Hey, you know what's really weird? We looked at him, waiting for what he was about to say. Those drawings were still wet. For as long as I can remember, I visited the birthday hut. Every year on my birthday, when my parents went to sleep, I'd peek out the window, my eyes locked on the backyard grass, waiting excitedly. My heart would skip with each blink, when suddenly, there it was. Its roof was made of layered straw, its walls wooden, and through a glassless window glowed a warm orange glow. My eyes would widen as it appeared from thin air. As to not wake my parents, I would tiptoe down the steps, although I wanted to run like the wind. Slipping out the back door, the grass would crunch beneath my feet as I approached it. The wooden door appeared to be hand-carved, its indents sloppy, and the gold knob was scratched, long past its days of glimmer. It screeched as I turned it, and the door creaked as it opened. The warm, comforting air wrapped around me like a hug as I stood in the doorway. In the middle of the room was a small wooden table with matching chairs for two. Towards the back of the room was a crackling fire that illuminated the hut. Over on a wooden counter stood tiny wooden jars that contained treats, ones that I would be allowed to eat each birthday. But my gift was always the best of all. And finally, dangling from the ceiling by his tail, was the birthday monster.
Hello.
He chirped in a deep, comforting voice. After swinging like a monkey, he dropped to the ground, the impact sending a slight shake throughout the hut. His fur was short and ashy brown, covering his whole body and outlining his head. With his height, he'd tower above me, looking down on me with piercing yellow eyes, his pupils thin and sharp like a cat. When he'd seen me walk in, he'd stretched a big, wide, toothy smile. But even with all of this, I never felt threatened. He was like a gentle giant.
Happy birthday,
he exclaimed, wrapping his soft body around me. I buried my face into his fur as he'd run his claws through my hair.
How was your day? Did you get everything you wanted?
I nodded, looking up at him with a cheeky smile.
Wrong answer,
he smirked. I furrowed my brow, tilting my head. You haven't gotten everything you wanted, because you haven't gotten my gift yet. He winked. I giggled as he walked over to the table, signaling for me to sit across from him. Although he only came for my birthday, he was always interested in the other 364 days of my life. I'd tell him about my home life, at school, my friends, whatever was on my mind, and whatever he missed. It always felt like catching up with an old friend. Have you ever gone to school? I asked. He shook his head, his fur wavering. So, in the human world, we have elementary school, middle school, and high school. They're pretty big transitions. And since I'm moving into high school, it's all kinda catching up to me.
What is?
The fact that I'm getting older, and I'm gonna be shoved out of my comfort zone with no control. And when high school is over, then college, then... God, I don't even know. I sighed as I looked away, the anxious thoughts rushing in like a tidal wave.
Who says you have to?
I turned to him, my brows furrowing. My parents? I chuckled awkwardly.
Why do you have to grow up? What's so bad about not doing it?
Well, I guess you have a point. But that's just not how it works. And there's nothing I can do about that. It's what scares me the most.
Then don't grow up.
I scoffed under my breath, turning away. You don't get it. He stood up and walked towards me. I looked up at him as he laid his hand on my shoulder.
You know what's best for you, so reach for it.
Maybe I don't know what's best for me. He leaned down, our eyes leveled.
Don't ever question what you know about yourself. Nobody knows you better than yourself.
I sighed, averting my gaze. As comforting as he could be, a lot of his words just went in one ear and out the other.
Do you want a cookie to make you feel better?
I'm good. He frowned as he struggled to fix my frustration. What if you didn't have to grow up? Are you not listening to me? Wait, let me finish. What if you didn't have to grow up, because there would be no reason to? Nobody to make you do it. Sounds like a nice pipe dream. I can make it a reality. I perked my head up, my brow raised. Stay with me. My heart skipped a beat at the offer. Forever. My anxious gaze shifted around at my words caught on the knot in my throat. Yes, forever. I don't know. I appreciate that, but we can eat treats and never grow old together. As he continued to apply pressure, my heart pounded harder. Look, I'm sorry, but I don't think I can do that. His wide grin deflated as his eyes sank. You don't want to stay with me. It's not that. I like my life. A little fear doesn't want to make me leave it. With his tail dragging across the ground, he walked over to the counter and opened a drawer. From it, he pulled out a leather notebook and a pen. If you won't stay with me, I want you to at least feel like you can still talk to me whenever you need. He smiled weakly as he handed me the journal. Taking it from him, I grazed its cover with my thumb. You can write down whatever scares you, whatever excites you, whatever you'd like to tell me on the days I'm not here. I looked up at him, smiling warmly. I stood up and threw my arms around him, his warmth radiating against my skin. Thank you. Of course. With his arms wrapped around me, his lips parted to speak. And after my offer, I'd like if you reconsidered it next year, right in time to avoid that nasty high school. Suddenly, before I could answer, his grip around me tightened, but not in an embracing way, in a way that would paralyze me if he had gotten any tighter. I will, I squeezed out. Perfect. His grip instantly loosened. Pulling away, I forced a smile up at him. I should go. Already? He frowned. Yeah. I'm sorry. My mom almost caught me last time. I don't want her to worry. I laughed awkwardly as I scratched the back of my head. All right. I hope you had a good birthday. He stared down at me, the smile on his face and the solemn in his eyes clashing. I did. I smiled weakly. With one last hug, he then watched as I walked out the door. As I gently closed it behind me, my expression twisted as a nausea brewed in my stomach. I had never felt like I had to cautiously look behind me after saying goodbye to him. Yet I found myself running back to my door as fast as possible. That was on my 14th birthday, and on the days leading to my 15th, I decided that I was too old for him. I remember kneeling by my window, once again peeking out. But I felt different this time. I wasn't waiting in anticipation. I was waiting with a dread that hung over me like the darkest cloud. I knew he'd be there, waiting for my answer. Even after a year, I never stopped thinking about his offer. But I couldn't just accept it. To live with him forever? How could I just leave my parents like that? My friends, my life? It was too much pressure. and I felt like it was time to distance myself. Then, there it was again, with its warm glow from the window pouring into the grass. But this time, I didn't run downstairs. This time, I hid. I dropped away from my window as fast as possible, hoping he hadn't seen me. I never felt threatened by him until that night, his crushing grip on my back. For the first time, I imagined him possibly coming into my house instead, where he'd find an inkless journal sitting in a dusty drawer. In the 15 years of my life, at that moment, I had never skipped out on going to the birthday hut, but I decided it would now be never again. With a racing heart, I attempted to sleep, my booming thoughts keeping me awake. Eventually, I drifted off to sleep. Upon waking up the next morning, the first thing I checked for was to see if he was gone. Like every morning after, the hut magically vanished. Sighing with relief, I slumped into my bed. "Nicholas," my mom said as she opened the door. I lifted my head as she walked in. "I told you to stop ordering things with my card." I didn't. I furrowed my brows in confusion. "I'm not mad. Just don't lie to me, and don't do it again." She tossed a box onto my bed before shutting the door. I stared at it as it laid by my feet. It was wrapped with brown paper, a string of yarn tying it together. Lifting it up cautiously, I shook it next to my ear, hearing an object clank against the inside of the box. I carefully untied the yarn, then tore through the paper. Under the wrapping was a plain box with a top. Upon lifting it, I first noticed a note. In chicken scratch handwriting, it read,
I'm sorry I missed you this year. I hope you're feeling well. Here's something to have on the birthdays that I'll miss.
Under the note was a little knitted toy. As I lifted it, my stomach sank as I realized it was a miniature version of him. I tilted my head as I turned it around in my grip, observing its details. It would have been cute if it hadn't been so bizarrely menacing. Trying to shrug it off, I left it next to the untouched journal, leaving it to the dust bunnies. Next year, on my 16th birthday, I skipped out on him again. This time, I wasn't even there to peek out my window, as I had slept over at a friend's house. After getting dropped off the next day, I was met with a package at my front door. It was identical to the one I had received last year. After greeting my mom, I snuck it upstairs and quietly opened it. Inside was a note that read,
Missed you again. Well, I hope 3 times the charm, so I can see you next year. But if you can't, here's something that can hopefully keep us in touch.
In the box laid a small walkie-talkie. Its yellow paint was lightly coated with dirt, as if it had been dug up. Something about it disturbed me even more than the last gift, the thought of it being a direct connection to him, even on a regular day. And the possibility of him suddenly speaking through it sent shivers down my spine. Receiving that gift was one of the first times I ever really thought about where he would go after my birthday. I never thought to ask, but I didn't want to answer, and I didn't want the radio either. So along with everything else, I dumped it into my drawer. On the night of my 17th birthday, I came home late for dinner. As I undressed in my bedroom, the sound of a muffled voice sent a shock through my body. I slowly turned to my drawer, where I heard him speaking through static. I couldn't fully understand it from outside the drawer, but I was too unnerved to retrieve it. After unfreezing myself, I opened the drawer.
Are you there, Nick? Are you coming? Are you coming?
My gaze shifted towards the window. my body slightly trembling as I imagined him sitting there with a walkie-talkie in his hand, begging for me to come. It felt obsessive and continued to crawl under my skin.
Are you coming? Are you there? Can you answer? Are you coming?
The questions rang in my ears. They felt piercing. I quickly grabbed the radio, pried off the back, and ripped out the batteries. His voice instantly evaporated to silence, the only noise being my pounding heart in my ears. After slipping my shaking body under the covers, I thought about burning all of the gifts. I don't know why I had ever kept them. I think a part of me was worried he'd somehow find it. I've never seen him outside of the hut, but sending gifts showed me he was capable of more than I thought. The next morning, I received another gift. At this point, I just wanted to toss it in the trash, but I felt compelled to keep opening them, as if he was watching me at all times. If he got a walkie-talkie, who's to say he didn't get cameras? My hands trembled as I tore the paper, swallowing the knots in my throat. As always, a note sat on top.
Guess third time wasn't the charm. It's been so long. I missed you. I want to hear about your life, and I want you to stay with me. Hopefully, this piece of me makes you reconsider next year.
As I lifted up the note, my eyes widened. I immediately dropped the box, watching the bloody teeth clank against each other. I stared down at them in horror as my body froze. They were sharp and jagged, appearing to have been vigorously torn out with strands of flesh still attached. I clenched my teeth as the urge to puke grew. Unable to look at them any longer, I quickly crammed the top back on and tossed it into the garbage can, along with the other gifts I had received from him. Over the course of 3 years, it was just getting worse and worse. How many birthdays until this finally ended? I was hoping to have had my answer on my 18th birthday, when I was accepted into a university in Minnesota. I was a month away from leaving, celebrating both my departure and my entrance into adulthood, when I received another gift on my doorstep. But this time, the box was bigger. It was long and thin, almost the size of my torso. I decided I couldn't do this again, and that it needed to end. For once, I haven't even remembered he was in my backyard, so I lifted the box and threw it out, the curiosity still itching the back of my head. After a few hours of thumb twiddling, I needed to know. I retrieved the box from the garbage and brought it to my room. Setting it down on my bed, I took a deep breath before tearing the paper off. The second I lifted the lid, my nostrils were hit with a smell that I could not describe. It was putrid, sour, and thick, causing me to hold a gag in my cheeks. A note laid on top of a newspaper that was used to wrap something.
My Nicky is a grown man. It brings me to tears to have to see you grow up. We could have prevented that. But alas, you're starting your life, with or without me. P.S. It gets cold up in Minnesota.
Setting down the note, I cautiously began to rip apart the paper. Beneath it, revealed fur, one that seemed eerily familiar. As I lifted it, I squirmed at the feeling of something wet against my fingertips. Pulling my fingers away, my eyes widened at the sight of blood on my hand. Turning back to the gift, I stepped back and let it unfold. Draping in front of me was his skin, blood dripping from its feet onto my floorboards. My expression was locked into a gaping terror, unable to release it from my grip. A hole for my face was carved where his once was, the inside crimson and fleshy. While puke rushed up in my throat, I dropped it and collapsed to my knees. I grabbed my garbage can and unloaded into it, the smell still lurking in my nasal passages. I regretted opening it so badly. I should have just left it in the trash. A month later, I was finally leaving for college, and I'd never be looking through that bedroom window again. Once upon a time, that would have been a sad thought, but now it was a relieving one. I finally felt safe. On my drive up there, I thought about if he'd still be in my backyard, waiting for the birthday that I spend at home, or if he'd be in another child's backyard, hoping to spend eternity with them instead. All I knew was that I'd never see him again. I spent my 19th birthday with a belly full of tequila and some marijuana in my lungs. After stumbling back to my dorm room, I stood at the foot of my bed, ready to collapse onto it. Suddenly, as my body was diving towards comfort, I noticed something in the blur of my vision. I lifted myself up, my arms wobbly. With heavy eyelids, I peeked out my window, which had a clear view of the street. And what I saw was someone that getting crossed couldn't even conjure up. The birthday monster stood under a flickering streetlight, glaring directly through my window. His bare skin was bright red and clumpy, purple veins running throughout. His tail, like the one of a rat, was plopped onto the pavement. But his eyes, his gleaming yellow eyes, stayed the same. Suddenly, as our gazes met, his sharp pupils dilated. His eyes widened. He stretched a wide, sharp smile that revealed his few missing teeth. "Happy birthday," he slowly mouthed. The call began like any other. 911, what's your emergency? I answered, tapping absent-mindedly at the key on the keyboard in front of me.
Hello? 911? This is Teresa. Something's up.
A woman's voice that could have been soothing in any other setting. What is your emergency, ma'am?
I came home from work today, exhausted, and took a quick nap. When I woke up, I checked the front door, and it's locked.
Is the lock stuck?
It looks like the door is locked from the outside.
I straightened up. That was new. Can you try another door?
I already tried the door to my backyard.
Teresa broke off, leaving me to fill in the gap. Is that one locked from the outside too? There was a pause.
This is wrong. Someone must have changed the locks when I was sleeping.
Teresa raised her voice slightly. A chilling sensation washed over my back and crawled down my arms. I made sure to conceal the unease in my voice. Teresa, this might be a dumb question, but are you sure you're in your own home?
Yes, it's the same exact house. Even the doors are the same. It's just the locks. They're on the other side.
All right, Teresa. Now give me your address, and I'll have an officer sent out. I began to scratch my face. Teresa quickly recited her street address. Thank you. I'm sending someone right. I was jolted upright by Teresa spewing a string of curses. Teresa?
The windows are locked too, like they're bolted shut.
Teresa's breathing grew stronger and more ragged. An officer is on the way, Teresa. Stay with me. Another cry of frustration.
None of my windows are opening. I'm locked inside my own home.
Just stay relaxed, Teresa. Officer Macready will be there shortly. I nearly jumped out of my seat when I heard a loud crash over the phone. Teresa.
Mother of God.
I could only hear panting before Teresa's shaky voice came back.
Not even a crack. I threw a chair at the window, and not a single crack.
My breathing began to mirror Teresa's. I looked up and saw the dwindling light of the sun disappear behind the hills. I made sure to breathe through my nose and with my stomach. I had to stay calm. Teresa, Officer Macready should be there soon. I don't think Teresa heard me.
I don't have shatterproof windows. They should have shattered into a million pieces. This isn't my house.
Teresa, look out the front window. Do you recognize your surroundings? Teresa took a deep breath.
There's my Camry, the front lawn, and my pink mailbox. There's...
More silence. Teresa, talk to me.
I see something glowing down the street. It's coming closer.
The tension disappeared from my shoulders. Probably Officer Macready. Hang in there, Teresa. Dispatch from Officer Macready. He had just arrived at the address. Teresa, Officer Macready had just arrived. He says he's out front.
I don't see anyone. Just the orange glow coming.
Her voice trailed off into nothingness. Stay with me, Teresa. I checked with Officer Macready. He assured me he was at the right address and had begun investigating.
There are people. People holding torches.
A knot of unease had begun tightening in my stomach. I could feel my hands getting wet and sticky. I warned Officer Macready of possible hostiles. He radioed back. There wasn't anyone out front, much less an orange glow. Teresa began practically yelling at me.
Oh God, they're surrounding my house.
Her words were infected with panic. There was no protocol, which made me start to panic as well. Teresa, can you hide or go upstairs? I heard footsteps slapping on the stairs as Teresa kept talking.
There's at least 40 people, and maybe more, outside. What do I do?
Just get to safety. A closet or a bedroom, you can lock them out. Through the phone, I began hearing some kind of chanting. I couldn't make out the language, but I detected harsh syllables and bestial tones.
Can you hear that? Please tell me you can hear that.
Teresa, just get yourself locked away where nobody can get to you. Teresa began sobbing. I tried rebidding the call. Perhaps Macready really was at the wrong address. My heart sank as I saw where the call was coming from. It was from the same address Teresa had given me. The same address Officer Macready was currently investigating.
Please.
Teresa was begging me.
Please help me. You said help was...
Teresa suddenly let loose a hideous screech. It developed into nothing more than incoherent babbling. I again warned Macready, but he told me to stop screwing with him. He assured me that the house was completely empty. There was a Camry in the driveway, but the entire property was empty. Teresa's screams had grown to a fever pitch.
It's coming through.
The phone had cut off in the middle of another futile attempt to comfort Teresa. My supervisor had come by. She asked if I was okay. I said I was fine, and she nodded even though it was obvious I was lying. Officer Macready radioed in. He finished his investigation with nothing to report. The front door was unlocked. When he came in, the house was empty. Not a single trace of Teresa. He didn't know what else to do. If not for the call, there wouldn't be any reason to be at the residence. At this point, I was completely deflated. Teresa didn't sound like she was lying, and I had experience detecting fake callers. Yet, despite everything, I managed to convince myself that it was a prank. An elaborate prank, to be sure, but still a prank. I wasn't ready for Macready's revelation 2 days after. The next day, Macready was called back to the same address. Neighbors had called in complaining of a disgusting stench that had wafted into their houses. It came from the house Teresa supposedly called from. As he tells it, he walked through the front door and was immediately assaulted by a revolting stench. Macready didn't find the source immediately, but noticed a bulge in the wallpaper in the dining room. After equipping himself with gloves, he walked up to the wallpaper and ripped it away. He told me that the blast of noxious fumes coupled with the horrific sight nearly made him vomit. Hanging from the wall was the top half of a rotting female corpse. Strips of decaying flesh hung off the bones as blood began dripping to the floor. Perhaps more bizarre were the spider webs and clumps of moldering foliage that held the rotting remains up against the wall. There was no bottom half. Macready said the corpse appeared to reach out as if trying to escape from the wall. Sure enough, the remains were eventually analyzed and confirmed to belong to a Teresa Stedman. As terrifying as this revolution was, it wasn't the end. Macready shared one more thing with me personally, something he left out of the report. After the initial shock of the discovery, Macready noticed burn marks or etchings in the wood under the top half of the hanging remains. These marks were about the size of a dinner plate. It looked awfully similar to the bottom half of a nude female body. It aligned perfectly with the hanging monstrosity. Around the remains were other marks resembling torch-wielding figures of a similar size. These figures were hooded, with their arms raised up, as if they were all chanting.